إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يأتون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يعوده حفظهما ولا العلي العظيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أعوذ بالفلق من شر ما خلق ومن شر حاسد إذا وقب ومن شر النفاثات في العقد ومن شر حاسد إذا حسد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أعوذ بالناس ملك الناس إله الناس من شر الوسواس الخناس الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس من الجنة والناس والله يعصمك من الناس. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. آمين.
Gracious Father, we praise your name for yet another new week. Lord, we thank you for all that you've done. We equally praise your name for what you will do in our lives in this new week. Lord, as we begin our sittings this morning, we invite your presence. Lord, we ask that you take control. Control everything that happens. Equip us with the requisite know-how to confront any challenge that affronts us. Lord, help us to execute our function to the best of our abilities. Lord, we equally commit all the sittings that we'll be having in the course of the week into your hands, Lord. We ask that you control our actions and our reactions in relation to matters we're doing here. We thank you, Lord, because we know you've answered. For in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Good morning, Mr. Witness.
Morning.
Welcome to this Commission of Inquiry into Local Government Councils and Related Matters. What is your religion?
Islam.
In which language do you wish to make your testimony?
English.
Do you wish to swear by the Holy Quran or make an affirmation?
Affirmation.
Affirmation. Madam Chair, the witness wishes to make an affirmation. Okay, use your right hand. Raise your hand into the air and then repeat after me. I, Honorable Sulayman
Jammeh,
do solemnly,
do swear,
sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. You may be kindly seated. Madam Chair, the witness is sworn. I have the honor to hand over the witness for us to proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Jammeh.
Morning, Ma.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
Council, can we please proceed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Honorable Commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Jammeh.
Morning.
Could you please tell the Commission your full names?
My name's Sulayman Jammeh,
What is your address?
Bundung.
Mr. Jammeh, when did you join Kanifing Municipal Council?
From 2013 to 2018, then later I was re-elected in 2018 to 2022 when I resigned to contest for parliamentary election, and now I am the National Assembly member for Bundung Kakunda constituency.
Okay, we'll focus on from 2018 to 2022.
Yes, please.
Mr. Jammeh, kindly take us through your educational background briefly.
Yes, I went to Bundung Primary School, then from there I transferred to Latrikunda Sabiji, where I did my grade 6, then moved to Pajuf, known as St. Augustine Junior Secondary School, then from there to Farafenye, then moved to Nusrat Senior Secondary, where I did my grade 12, but currently from there I went through MDI, where I obtained my postgraduate in public administration, and now currently I'm doing my master's program in international relations and diplomacy.
Okay. Just to be clear, when did you resign?
2022.
2022.
Yes, before,
Okay.
just before the election, before my nomination.
All right. Do you remember making a statement with the investigation?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
You will be provided with the statement. You can kindly go through it and confirm if that was the statement you made with the investigators.
Yes, please. That's my statement.
And you still go by the contents of this statement?
Pardon? Sorry.
I said you still go by the contents of the statement?
Yes, yes, please.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we apply to tender the statement of the witness, Mr. Sulayman Jammeh, dated the 28th day of October 2024, into evidence as an exhibit.
The witness statement dated the 28th of October 2024 is admitted in evidence as an exhibit, and it is marked as LGC/SJ in brackets 1/KMC/001.
As the Commission pleases. Mr. Jammeh, have you been receiving the ward allocation?
Yes, please.
And you have a VDC account?
Yes, please.
Okay, before you leave, you can kindly give the VDC account number to the registrar of the Commission. You can note that down.
Thank you.
If you have it now, you can please provide.
Okay. I already have it, the number.
You have it here.
Yes,
then
please.
you can provide it to the registrar.
Yeah.
Please. So, since when did you start receiving these allocations?
I think it's from 2020.
From 2020
Yes.
to 2022.
Yes, please.
So that's 2 years. So within the span of 2 years, the ward allocations that you've been receiving, how did you expand them?
Basically, just to concentrate on the ward allocation, it was mainly into community development activities.
Yes, those are the developments that you've done in your...
Yes.
Kindly take us through within the span of 2 years, the developments you've made.
Yeah, basically, because before I received this ward allocation, I've already started a development activities within my ward. Because
How were you doing that?
Yes, actually, we initiated, because for us as a ward development committee, we work based on our development plan and priorities. So since I was a councillor in 2013, so we were working through those development plan. Our first term, the main priority was water, where we were able to install so many water in various homes. And for 2018 to 2022, street lighting was our major priority at that time.
Okay.
So thank God we were able to come up with an initiative of street light, but the time we started it, by then we were not receiving ward allocation. I was just doing it with my ward development committee, and the idea was something that was very laudable, because at the end of the day, today so many Gambians took up the initiative, and now so many communities are doing this. And through that, our ward development committee do interact or associate with or collaborate with other communities to support them in the initiative.
Right.
So based on that, in 2020, we also knew that basically we were able to do a lot of work as far as the sensitization is concerned, and to provide water tanks to public places like churches, mosques, car parks, you know, and so many other areas. So notwithstanding also, because street light was our main priority, but it doesn't mean that's what we were only doing. And when we were doing this thing also, during the, when the central government brought the food relief program, so the Ward Development Committee decided, because through national disaster, there was no funding for data collectors. Right. So for us as a community, we decided just to implement that effectively. We decided to take money from our ward development fund to pay our development committee members, some of them, to go into communities to take data of household, which I have, which I can tender. Yes. So basically, after that, we were able to give them for their service. Okay. So, and at the same time, we do support communities, football teams. You know, whenever there is Nevetan, there is a culture in Bundung where up till today, we are doing it every Nevetan. We call all the teams, qualified teams participating. We support them at our own level. So we also did some road rehabilitation, and this one also has been happening before we receive. Right. So when we receive this, the money, we also invest some amount of money into road rehabilitations and so other programs. But notwithstanding, at the same time, other organizations will come, or individual, I could remember, we do support them based on their request.
On their interest. I beg your pardon, you do support them based on their?
Based on their support, okay. Based on their request. Because what happened, you know, we have an office and people do come there. So sometimes, even at the level of the community, because everybody knows the office, they will come in there at the end of the day. Because actually, I'm the councillor, but I have a a secretary who is always in the office, okay. To take care of such matters.
Okay, so the documents you're having was for the funds disbursed for COVID relief. Those are the documents that you were talking about?
Not actually, because I was just trying to go through the activities we did, okay. Because we did a lot of activities.
Okay, you spoke about the document that you're having. I just want to confirm what you said it was.
No, basically what I'm saying is like during the COVID, you know, for us to be able to distribute the food ration to, yes. Our people, yes. We were able to take up the initiative by ourselves to organize our ward community members, okay. To go into the community to take, you know, household names. So that makes it very easy and simple for us to be able to do the needful.
Distribution.
You know, yes.
Okay. You made mention of ward development plan, and you said it was from 2013. So the activities done from 2018 to 2022. You can kindly provide us with the plan for that one.
Yes, I do have it.
Sorry. The one from 2013, you told me it's continuing, but specifically you focus on the lightning and other stuff from 2018.
Yes.
So do you have that plan with you?
Yes, it's all here.
Okay. You can kindly give us the plan so that we can tender the document. That will be the ward development plan, right?
Yes, yes, please.
Yes, and Mr. Jammeh, if you have any other documents that you wish to present.
I equally have the ward development activity report
Yes.
where you can go through. It's in a book format. You can see all what we are talking
So present to us all the documents you have, so that we admit all of them at a go.
Yes.
Yes,
And this is
thank you.
my, as the chair of the foreign relations, these are some of the committee report and recommendations is here.
Okay.
So I have some requests that I made to k.M.C. I have those
Request,
ones too.
yes.
Yes, they are here.
If you have the retirement as well.
The retired one, I got the 2020, which I went to council. According to they said they brought everything here.
Okay.
But for the 2020, because I was able to copy that, and I
Yes.
have that one.
Okay,
here
you
with
can
me.
kindly provide us with that one as well, so we can just tender everything at once.
Okay. So this is the retirement. Okay. And I equally have the list of the Ward Development Committee members.
I beg your pardon?
The list of the Ward Development Committee members.
Committee members, that's fine.
Yeah. And equally, yes, this is a file. It's two
Yes.
files. You know, we have two sub-ward. That is
Yes.
the 6 Johnson ward and Mauritania ward.
Yes.
So part of the street lighting program,
Yes.
we decided when we install a good number of street lights,
Yes, please.
we equally
Please go on.
yeah, we came up with a kind of a form,
Yes,
a
please.
commitment form to
Yes.
ensure that, you know, those who are benefiting from the street light, we can go after them to sign a commitment letter, a commitment sort of letter,
Yes, please.
as far as this form is concerned. So
Yes.
basically, this form, this one is Bunun 6 Johnson, the other one is Mauritania ward. So meaning each of this is a street light
Yes.
bearing a name of a person responsible for the street light. Because
Yes.
normally the commitment is like in terms of maintenance, like if the bulb is faulty, you should replace the bulb, because the Ward Development Committee provided the whole entire light up,
Yes.
the frame, the bulb, and the installation. But now, the moment we install it, it becomes yours. So because we don't want it to be like,
Yes.
you know, only the Ward Development Committee to provide this thing, but we also need the owners, for the community members to take ownership of the project. So this is why we generated this form, where this is almost the same approach. The Ward Development Committee members went through after each, to every
Yes.
light owner to fill this thing. And each form If I tender, you'll see the form, the person who filled the form from the Ward Development Committee will indicate, and my signature will be there, just to be able to know where the lights are and to know the people who are responsible for the lights so that we can easily monitor the process, please. Yes.
All right, may we please have that file? And Mr. Jammeh, you were in the a cultural, sorry, one sec. You're in Foreign Relations Subcommittee as well?
Yes, please.
You are a member?
Yes, I was the chair.
Oh, you was the chair? Because amongst the documents that you've tendered, I've seen minutes of meetings, I've seen recommendations, reports for the committee, and the committee was very much functional?
Basically, partially, because the reason why I said that, we do normally organize meetings and we do sometimes engage into certain outreach program. One of the outreach program is there where we went to the European Union. Yes. We met him, and also there was a day we also went to the British High Commissioner with the mayor, to make a courtesy call. Yes. So okay. Equally also there was a time also we decided to come up with a k.M. festival, wherein annually around December to organize a festival so that at least we can also entertain the residents of KM. But basically all these things were done, but at the end of the day it was not materialized.
Okay. That's fine. Now I'll go through the documents, to tender the documents, then we can proceed from there.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we apply to tender Bundung 6 Junction Ward Development Plan 2018 to 2022. There is 1 and 2. Bundung 6 Junction Ward Development Committee documents, payment advices and vouchers. Bundung 6 Junction Ward Development Committee Activity Schedule 2018 to 2023. Retirements of funds allocations for Bundung 6 Junction subject retirements of ward funds dated 25th September 2020. List of members of Bundung 6 Junction Ward Development Committee. Request for lightning dated 19th July 2020. Subject request for lightning, 300 lightning units.
Take your time. Please take your time. Let me have those ones. Let me have those ones first.
part of retirement.
Sorry.
Yes, Council, I have another one.
No, that's a
Retirement.
request.
Yeah.
Sorry,
No.
it should be given to Madam Chair. It was part of the list of the retirements that was.
Yes.
It should be given to Madam Chair. Sorry. A letter dated 17 August 2020, subject request for letters addressed to INT on the 21st of July 2020, signed by the witness, Mr. Sulayman Jammeh. And another request for submission dated 2nd October 2022. These are a bunch of requests sent to council. Request dated 28th July 2022, request for grader. Another request dated 6th April 2020, request for trips of gravel, signed by the witness and addressed to the General Director of Department of Geology. Request dated 9th April 2021, subject request for grader, signed by Mr. Alaji, addressed to the Lord Mayor. Another request dated 2nd July 2020, subject letter of notification. Another letter dated 4th August 2020, subject seeking for support for our community lightning project, Bundon 6 Junction, to the General Manager, Aqua Petroleum. Signed by the witness, Mr. Sulayman Jammeh. Another bundle of documents for reports on the Foreign Relations Subcommittee, dated 28th day of September to the 8th day of October 2018. Memos and letters, updates and recommendations for the Foreign Relations Subcommittee. These are a bundle of documents from the Foreign Relations Subcommittee. Madam Chair, we apply to tender all into evidence as an exhibit.
The documents presented by the witness for admission are as follows. A memo dated the 30th of December 2019, emanating from the chairman, Art, Culture, Tourism and Foreign Affairs Committee. The memo is addressed to the Lord Mayor and a file copy is maintained. It has reference KMC/ACTFAC/01/2019 with the caption Arts, Culture, Tourism and Foreign Relations Committee updates. It is signed by the witness Sulayman Jammeh. A memo dated the 27th of April 2019. It emanated from the Chairman, Arts, Culture, Tourism and Foreign Affairs Committee. It is addressed to the Lord Mayor, and a file copy was also provided for. It has reference KMC/ACTFAC/01/2019 with the caption Arts, Culture, Tourism and Foreign Affairs Committee. It is signed by Sulayman, Jammeh, the witness. A memo dated the 11th of February 2019. It emanated from the Chairman, Arts, Culture, Tourism and Foreign Relations Committee. It is addressed to the Lord Mayor, and a file copy is also maintained. It has reference KMC/EAC/R/02/2019 with the caption Recommendations. It is signed by Sulayman, Jammeh, the witness. A memo dated the 25th of October 2021. It emanated from the Chairman, Arts, Culture, Tourism and Foreign Relations Committee, addressed to the Lord Mayor, and it is copied to all members of Council, and a file copy was maintained. It has subject update/recommendations. It is also signed by Honorable Sulayman Jammeh, Mr. Sulayman Jammeh, sorry. The memo dated 25th of March 2021. It emanated from the Chairman, Finance Committee. It is addressed to the Lord Mayor. It is copied to the CEO, and a file copy is maintained. The subject is Arts, Culture, Tourism and Foreign Relations Committee updates. It is also signed by Mr. Sulayman Jammeh, the witness. A General Council meeting with meeting number KMC/GCM/012/2019. A letter dated the 4th of August 2020, it is addressed to the General Manager, Aqua Petroleum, Bakote, with the subject seeking for support for our community lighting project. The letter is signed by Sulayman Jammeh, Councillor Bundung 6 Junction Ward. And attached to this letter is an estimate of the cost. There is also the Bundung Mauritania 6 Junction Garbage Collection Revenue and Expense Budget. A letter dated the 22nd of July 2020, which emanated from the Bundung 6 Junction Mauritania Ward Development Committee. It is addressed to the Manager Mbalit Project, KMC, with the caption Letter of Notification. It is signed by Abubakar Silla, Secretary Mbalit, Bundung 6 Junction Ward. It is copied to the Honorable Councillor. A letter dated the 19th of April 2021, it is addressed to the Lord Mayor, Kanifing Municipal Council, with the caption Request for a Grader. It is signed by Alaji Abubakar Silla, Secretary General, and a file copy is maintained. It is from Bundung 6 Junction Mauritania Ward Development Committee. A letter dated the 6th of April 2020, addressed to the Director General Department of Geology, Kanifing. The letter emanated from the Bundung 6 Junction Mauritania Ward Development Committee. It has the caption Request for Trips of Gravel. It is signed by Councillor Sulayman Jammeh, Bundung 6 Junction Mauritania Ward. A letter dated the 28th of July 2020, addressed to the Lord Mayor, Kanifing Municipal Council, from the Bundung 6 Junction Mauritania Ward Development Committee, with the caption Request for a Grader. It is signed by Alaji Abubakar Silla, Secretary General. A letter dated the 2nd of October 2020, with reference KMC/MO/041/2020. It is addressed to the Councillor Chairman, Bundung 6 Junction Ward, Kanifing Municipality, with the caption Resubmission of letters addressed to you, dated the 19th of July 2020. It is signed by Usman Gay, for His Worship the Lord Mayor, Talib Ahmed Bensouda. It is copied to the Chief Executive Officer and file copy is maintained. A letter dated the 17th of August 2020, addressed to the Lord Mayor, Kanifing Municipal Council. It emanated from Bundu 6 Junction Murutani Ward Development Committee with the caption, resubmission of letters addressed to you dated the 19th and 21st of July 2020. It is signed by Councillor Sulayman, Jammeh, Bundu 6 Junction. A letter dated the 24th of February 2020, it emanated from the Clerk of Council. It is addressed to all ward councillors, and it is copied to the Lord Mayor and Acting CEO. A file copy is maintained, and the subject is payment of WDC fund. It is signed by Usman Gay. A memo dated the 7th of July 2020, it emanated from the Clerk of Council. It is addressed to all ward councillors. It is copied to the CEO, Director of Finance, and a file copy is maintained. It has reference KMC/MO/CC02/20 in brackets 2 with the subject request for retirement of WDC funds. It is signed by Usman Gaze. A letter dated the 19th of July 2020. It is addressed to the Lord Mayor, Kanifing Municipal Council with the subject request for 300 lighting units for our community lighting project. It is signed by Councillor Sulayman, Jammeh, Bundu 6 Junction. Attached to this request to the council is the estimate for the said project. Bundu 6 Junction Ward Development Committee members for 2018. A memo dated the 25th of September 2020. It emanated from the Clerk of Council. It is addressed to the Chief Executive Officer, and the Lord Mayor is copied. A file copy is maintained, and it has subject retirement of WDC funds. It is signed by Mr. Usman Gay, and attached to this memo is the Bundu 6 Junction Murutani Ward Development Committee fund account for the 6 months ended 30th June 2020. The Bundu 6 Junction Murutani Ward Development Committee 2018-2023 activity schedule. A memo dated the 6th of May 2021 it emanated from the Clerk of Council. It is addressed to the Chief Executive Officer, and it is copied to the Lord Mayor. A file copy is maintained. It has subject retirement of WDC funds, and it is signed by Mr. Usman Gay. And attached to this memo is also a letter dated 4th of May 2021. This is addressed to the Lord Mayor, and it has subject payment of ward development fund. It is signed by Abubakar Silla, WDC Secretary. A report titled Lord Mayor Ahmed Talib Bensouda and Councillor Sulayman Jammeh visit to Madison, USA for the Madison Kanifing Sister City Partnership from the 28th of September to the 8th of October 2018. The development activities of Bundu 6 Junction Ward Development Committee 2018 to 2022, that is the report. The development activities of Bundu 6 Junction Ward Development Committee 2018-2022, activity report 2. And 11 payment vouchers evidencing expenditure on activities identified by the ward development committees, which projects were funded by council through the allocations for wards. These documents are all admitted in the bundle as exhibit in evidence, and they are marked as LGC/SJ in brackets 1/KMC/002.
As the Commission pleases. Madam Chair, in addition to those documents, we have two files. One is application for street lighting and maintenance form for Bundung 6 Junction Ward, and the other one is the same application and maintenance form for Bundung 6 Junction, Bundung Muritani Ward. The other one is 6 Junction, the other one is Muritani Ward. We apply to tender these two files into evidence as an exhibit.
Two files presented for admission are the street lighting application and maintenance form, Bundung 6 Junction Sub-Ward, and the second file is street light application and maintenance form, Bundung Murutani Sub-Ward. These two files are admitted together as exhibit in evidence, and they are marked as LGC/SJ/ in brackets 1/KMC/003.
As the Commission pleases. Mr. Jammeh, you made mention of a payment voucher that's PV 180818 totaling to $260,000. It dated the 9th day of August 2018. The payment voucher will be given to you. You can kindly throw it against your name, and I will ask you a question regarding the payment voucher. Do you remember seeing this payment voucher? There are a list of names on that payment voucher. You can kindly go through it against your name and let me know if you get to that page. Have you seen your name?
Yes, please.
Did you sign that voucher?
No, this is not my signature.
And do you remember receiving any money, let's say $10,000 with regards to that payment?
No.
May we please have the voucher back? And do you even remember participating in any market exercise with regards to this payment?
No, basically, as far as this market exercise is concerned, I've not participated in a form of a special program.
Yes.
Because I don't have a market within my community,
Right.
in my ward, but I have a market that is close by. So that one, I normally do my normal routine, based on to go and see some of the things, through the activity you'll see is part of my listing with the photos and everything. So basically for this exercise, I knew it was being discussed at the level of the council, but later from there, I didn't know, and I cannot remember receiving this amount of money. In fact, this is not my signature.
Yes, it's apparent from the statement and the one on the payment voucher. So that's why I asked you the question, was that your signature?
No.
Okay. And you've also been attending trainings and receiving allowance?
Yes, normally whenever there is a training, we have a WhatsApp group, so they will just send information and we will go and attend.
All right. Madam Chair, unless there is any question from any of the honorable commissioners, that will be all for this witness.
Honorable Jammeh, we will look through the vouchers you have presented and the retirement of the funds that have been allocated to you for your ward development. If there is any need to call you back to verify any information on the documents you have presented to us, we will do so. But let me say that I wish to commend you for providing for us the retirement of the funds that we were allocated from 2018 to 2022, because this is the funds that you are given from council are funds that are taken from the revenue that you have collected.
Yes.
So it's important for us to see what you have, and we will go through the vouchers that you have presented for us to see and confirm the activities that you have executed pursuant to the monies that you were given. So thank you for that. So you are discharged.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Chair.
Can you please call the registrar to call the next witness?
Good morning, Mr. Witness. You may kindly take your seat. Mr. Witness, for continuation of your testimony before this Commission of Inquiry into Local Government Councils and related matters, may I remind you once again that you are still under oath before I hand you over to Madam Chair for us to proceed. Thank you. Madam Chair, I hand over the witness for us to proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Manneh. Good morning. You're welcome back. And Council, can we please proceed?
Yes, please. Good morning, Mr. Manneh. Do you have the documents that you were required to provide?
Yes.
Yes, may we please have the documents?
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, everything is in here.
Yes.
Agreement. Madam Chair, we apply to tender the following documents. The agreement between Equitech and Kanifing Municipal Council. Signed by Mr. Lamin S. Sanyan, signed by the CEO of Kanifing and the witness, Mr. Farimang Manneh. Business registration certificate and GPPA certificates for the year 2020, 2021, and a copy of a certificate of business registration for year 2019, July. And a letter dated 9th March 2021, subject award of automated revenue collection system, addressed to the President of Ecotech Africa Limited, Kutu, signed by the I cannot see who was the, sorry, okay, signed by the CEO, by the stamp. The signature is not available. Copied the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Lord Mayor, Director of Service and Project Manager. Another letter dated 7th March 2021, addressed to the CEO of Kanifing Municipal Council, subject award of automated revenue collection system. Bunch of letters from Ecotech Africa Limited. First one dated 2nd August 2021, addressed to the Chairman of Mbalit Committee, Kanifing Municipal Council, subject deployment of new electronic device. The second letter dated 28th day of August 2021, addressed to the Management Committee, Kanifing Municipal Council, subject employment of new revenue electronic device. Another letter from Ecotech Africa dated 9th September 2021, addressed to the CEO of Kanifing Municipal Council, subject training of Mbalit Committee and ticket sellers. Signed by the President of Ecotech Africa Limited, the witness, copied Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor and Mbalit Committee. Another letter from Ecotech dated 9th August 2021, copied the CEO Mbalit Committee, addressed to, the CEO, copied the CEO Mbalit Committee, subject deployment of new electronic device. Another letter dated 13th day of September 2021, addressed to the CEO, Kanifing Municipal Council, subject request for information regarding all personnel engaged in the k.M.C. Mbalit project, signed by Gaston Meltos Francis, Chairman of Ecotech Africa Limited, copied Mbalit Project Manager. Another letter dated 6th of September 2021, addressed to the CEO, subject claim for Ecotech Africa Limited entitlement with the reference to k.M.C. letter of award. Another letter from Ecotech dated 25th February 2022, addressed to the Deputy CEO of Kanofi Municipal Council, subject request for a meeting with the Lord Mayor, Deputy CEO, Mbalit Committee, Finance Manager, Services Manager, and the Mbalit Project Manager, signed by the President of Ecotech, Mr. Farimang Manneh. The witness copied the Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor, Chairman, Mbalit Committee, Finance Manager, Services Manager, and Mbalit Project Manager. A letter dated 2nd March 2022, addressed to the Chief Executive Officer of Ecotech from, I beg your pardon. A letter from Kanofi Municipal Council, dated 2nd March 2022, addressed to the Chief Executive Officer, Ecotech Africa Limited, subject Mbalit Revenue Collection and Management, signed by the Deputy CEO, copied Lord Mayor, Deputy Director of Finance, Mbalit Project Manager, and Mbalit Project Committee Chairman. A letter from Ecotech dated 9th November 2021, addressed (57 Mamanimanjang Highway), subject request for payment, signed by the witness, Mr. Farimang Manneh. A letter from k.M.C. dated 17th August 2021, addressed to the President of Equator Gambia Limited, subject deployment of new electronic device. A letter from Ecotech dated 25th January 2022, subject request for payment of Ecotech share of the Mr. Manneh, this one is not very visible. I'm not sure what's there. A letter from Kanofi Municipal Council, addressed to the CEO of Ecotech, subject pilot project for the market revenue collection system, signed by Mr. Sheriff Njai for the CEO. And another document, Ecotech company profile. Operation report from 2020 August to 2021 August 10th. Printouts. Report printout. Letter from Ecotech dated 28th September 2021, addressed to the Chief Executive Officer, Kanofi Municipal Council, subject request for review of council expected revenue baseline of 1,600,000, reference to the Mbalit revenue contract signed between Kanofi Municipal Council and Ecotech Africa Limited, signed by Mr. Farimang Manneh, President of Ecotech Africa Limited. A document subject execution timelines and deliverables work plan, recommendations, recommendation from Ecotech signed by the President, Mr. Farimang Manneh, the witness, copied Lord Mayor and the Chairman of Mbalit Committee. Is that recommendations? Another letter dated 28 September 2021 from Ecotech addressed to the CEO, Kanifi Municipal Council, subject the pilot for the market revenue collection, signed by Mr. Farimang, Manneh, President, Ecotech Africa Limited. Another letter dated 21st of February 2022 addressed to the Deputy CEO of Kanifi Municipal Council, subject to recommendation to increase the revenue generated for the Mbalit project. Request from Ecotech Africa Limited, request for payment, signed by Farimang, Manneh, the witness, President of Ecotech Africa Limited. This one is a duplicate. We've tendered a letter dated the 17th August 2021. It's two. Madam Chair, we apply to tender all of these documents into evidence as an exhibit.
The documents presented by the witness are admitted as follows. A GPPA, that is Gambia Public Procurement certificate of supplier stroke contractor registration for the period ending December 2020 and ending December 2021. The certificate of business registration dated the 29th day of July 2019. Ecotech company profile, Ecotech's report from 2020 to 2021, August 2020 to August 2021. A letter dated the 28th of September 2020 from Ecotech, addressed to the Chief Executive Officer of k.M.C. It has the subject request for review of the Council's expected revenue baseline of GMD 1,600,000, reference to the valid revenue contract signed between Kanifing Municipal Council and Ecotech Africa Limited. It is signed by Farimang Manneh, President Ecotech Africa Limited. A letter dated the 17th of March 2021 with reference GPPA/KMC/TR1 in brackets 20/4 in brackets /MKI. It is addressed to the Chief Executive Officer, k.M.C. It has the subject award of automated revenue collection system. It is signed by Momodu K. Jalofo, Director General. It is copied to the Lord Mayor of k.M.C. A letter dated the 21st of February 2022 addressed to the Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Kanifing Municipal Council, with the subject recommendations to increase the revenue generated for the Mbalit project. Fourteen letters emanating from Ecotech addressed to Kanifing, making different requests, are put together in a bundle, and this are also going to be part of the bundle of documents that are to be admitted. A letter dated the 12th of August 2021 with reference KMC/ADM/014 addressed to the Chief Executive Officer of Ecotech Africa Limited with the subject pilot project for the market revenue collection system. It is signed by Sheriff Njai for Chief Executive Officer. It is copied to the Lord Mayor. A letter dated the 19th of March 2021 with reference BEY 19/170/01 in brackets 28. It is addressed to the President Ecotech Africa Limited, Kotu Point, with the subject award of automated revenue collection system. It is copied to the Lord Mayor, k.M.C, Deputy Lord Mayor, Director of Services, Project Manager. And the agreement, which is dated the 1st of April 2021 between Kanifing Municipal Council and Ecotech Gambia Limited. These documents are all admitted together in a bundle as exhibit in evidence, and they are marked as LGC/FM/KMC/002.
as the Commission pleases. Mr. Manneh, those are the only documents you have?
Yes, they are the only.
Have you provided the actual revenue generated by council? We've seen a report, but we haven't seen the actual revenue generated by council.
Yes, it's part of it because
It's part of the report.
exactly.
Okay.
Because from the 1st of April, is it 2020 to the 1st of, I think August to 2021 is there.
Okay. Mr. Bojang, could you kindly give him the bundle of the documents so he can show me? I've seen a report, but I'm not sure the documents it has standard. He said the annual revenue generated by council are all part of the report. That's the one from 2020 August to 2021
Yes.
August 10th.
Yes, exactly.
Chair, unless there are questions for this witness, that will be all for this witness.
Let me just find out. Mr. Manneh, thank you for coming again. I just want a clarification on your statement that you gave to this commission. You indicated that there was a problem with the baseline.
Yes.
And the baseline that was given to you by council was you were supposed to generate 1.6 million per month.
Yes.
And upon start of the work, that is the collection of revenue after deploying the
machines,
the machines, you have further indicated in your statement that you were earning between 800,000 to 900,000.
Yes.
And when you had this, at what point did you realize this shortfall as against what was provided for in the contract agreement?
Actually, it was at the beginning we were trying to negotiate with them. I have understand that k.M.C was not making $1.6 million the time we read the contract. And then, as I said, I go through...
Sorry, I did not get that point, you said?
Yes, I said it was in the beginning, the time we go through the contract.
Yes.
I realized that the baseline they put there is $1.6 million,
yes,
which I argued with them, but as they said, we are there to support them and bring transparency and increase the revenue for them. So that was the reason why I back up. But I go further. As I said, did some investigation and realized that the baseline they were having is between $800,000 to $900,000. So we have increased their revenue for 50%. So which we were claiming for them to pay for all along they didn't pay.
Now, the challenge we have in understanding is that if in the contract, as per the documents we have admitted, that is LGC/FM/KMC/002, where you have in the bundle of documents the agreement that is dated 1st April 2021. At page 2 of at page 3 of the agreement, I refer you to clause 3.2, that is clause 3.2, where it says Ecotech is entitled to 40% of any profit on top of council's expected revenue baseline of 1.6. Now, my question is, upon realizing, before you signed this agreement, were you given any records as to show actual income that council has to inform this 1.6 million?
No, no, they didn't give us.
Did you request for it?
Yes, we request. I even told the finance director that if they...
Was that at a meeting where you have minutes?
Yes, yes, it was in a meeting whereby we told them that if they can give us the report of the generation of the Malit before we came in for the project. But it never been. We never see any financial report based on their baseline. Never.
And you still went ahead and signed, despite the fact that you knew you cannot ascertain the figure that they have given you because you do not have evidence put to you to confirm this baseline?
Yes, actually, that is true. I did sign the contract, and based that I came to support the municipality to increase their revenue. Yeah. And the concept was the revenue stream of the whole, the revenue of the municipality. It means not only the Malit, the markets are there, the land rates are there, others are there. So, and I'm not seeing that moment of a time that is only the Malit, so let me fight for it and get 800,000. No. So I see the future for the municipality. That's the reason why I signed for it. And they told me that, especially the CEO told me, Mr. Manneh.
Which CEO was that?
Senabu Martin was there at that time. Okay. And she told me that I think we don't need to argue of this baseline for the moment of a time, because there is a lot to do within the municipality. So within all those things I gather in mind, I said yes, because I didn't came there to enrich myself. You know, so I came there to support the municipality, to increase the revenue so that we can build KMC. Yes. Because I live in KMC.
But so I believe that at the initial transaction with KMC, it was important for you to set the records straight with very clear terms based on honesty. Because if KMC is agreeing with you, you understand, both sides should have provided the facts on the table so that you start off on a very clean slate. Don't you think that should have been the case?
That's right. You're
really
right,
you.
Madam
The
Chairman.
second question I want to ask you is that in your statement, your second page in your statement, you said the contract is still valid. How is it valid?
Yeah, the contract is 5 years.
Yes.
Yes, so and
it was signed in 2021.
2021.
Yes.
Yes. So since then
2021 to when?
It is 2025.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and when did the municipality stop using your machines as revenue machines?
It was 2 years ago. They stopped 1.5.
1.5.
Yeah, 1.5 months, and they stopped using our machines. But the equipments, everything is there with them. They never hand over the equipments, but they just stop using the machine and go back to paper ticketing.
What we have heard from collectors that came here, they claim, they gave evidence to the effect that the machines were the problems, that for them not to have proper reconciliations, the machines were the issue. What can you tell us about that? We just want to reconfirm from you who is the supplier of these machines.
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you very much for that. But as we go further, all those people who were using the machine, they know that the machine was good. And as you get the report, you can see exactly every area, what they produce, what they sell is there. And every collector, if you open the machine in the morning with your password, is registered. So there is no problem with the machine. The problem is them who don't want to use the machine. Because the machine gives you transparency. So if you don't want transparency, then that's it, you don't want the machine. So the machine is very easy to use. It's an Android, the way they use their phones.
Yes. Now, we will further ask you to get us the The operator's report from August 2020 to August 2021 gave us the transactions. Based on what is contained in this document, it has given us the total ticket amount, the first line, it has given us the details, the date, the ticket numbers, etc., and the amount imputed. So can we have a segregation of this together with the total income that your machines worked on from this period?
Yeah, I think it's there. The total income from that, the whole year was 17.
Let me give you the document and you tell us.
Yeah, 17 million something dollars is there. That's the total amount the machine generated for the year. At the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. I saw.
So that's the total amount. In a year, we generated 17 million and something thousand.
Just for one component of the revenue line,
for the
Mbalit project.
Just for the Mbalit.
Just for the Mbalit.
Just for the Mbalit.
And not on the
No, just for the Mbalit.
All right.
Just
now,
for the Mbalit.
Yes. And now you further indicated that they stopped using this your machines.
Yes.
1.5 years ago, right?
Yeah, yes.
And what have you done over this period?
Yeah, I mean, that's the latest we have written to them until they reply that let us not deploy any more machine, let us not deploy anything. So we were sitting down waiting to hear from them after writing, and we write again, the letter is there, and they didn't
When last did you write?
It was last 1.5 years ago. Yeah, we write to them, and they didn't respond. So then we were just sitting down waiting for them to tell us what to do.
But as a business entity, Mr. Manneh, you deployed a system and you believed that the system was working. And looking at the revenue, without you being provided projections, correct projections as to the correct income that they were earning, you went ahead and signed. And up to date, you are not being paid your money, and you did not ask to either renegotiate the terms or to terminate the contract. Why?
No, we write to them to negotiate, and we request many times for the payments.
Yes.
And even the last letter says that we want to negotiate for the baseline, because every month we make 1.6500. That's why we're making for the whole year, for the whole nearly 2 years. We cannot pass the 1.6. So, and we have written to them that, okay, now let's go for the market.
So realistically, it is only between 800 and 900 that you can make per month?
Yes. That's
the realistic figures you have when you deployed your machines?
That's what we did for them. We add 50% upon what they were making.
So you were not able to sit with them to do a proper reconciliation and to move forward? We
have requested that.
So what is your latest position now with respect to?
The latest position is we're trying to contact them and see whether we can start the project again, which we don't hear anything yet. So, and we hope.
Well, if you believe that it is for the purpose of transparency and it's for the purpose of making sure that the revenue earning capacity of the council to increase their revenue earning capacity and to minimize fraud and leakages, and if they are not forthcoming in making sure that they deal with you, don't you think it is prudent for you to move on? Cancel the contract or opt out of the contract and move on?
Actually, what we did now is, my last move also was I contacted my lawyer to write a letter to them and ask them, we want to continue with the contract, so what they're going to say. So we are waiting for that reply now, for the moment.
How much are they owing you now?
If you count the 40% of what we were making is about 10 to 12 million dollars.
From the 17 million?
From not from the 17 million is $6 million which they are owing us. But the period between that end of that time until the time we were sitting down without they holding our machine and doing nothing. So if you count that, is another $5 million they owe us.
Thank you.
Madam
Thank you,
Chair.
Mr. Manneh.
Ma'am, sorry.
Yes, Honorable Sila
Okay.
has a question.
Mr. Manneh, let me take it up from where Madam Chair left it.
Okay.
You see, Madam, in contracting, if the data is not correct, the contract will not be executed properly. Because both parties should have taken time to gather correct data. How many properties are in k.M.C? How many of those properties are interested in using the service? Based on that, you can know the amount of properties in k.M.C, and you can know how much to charge, and you can know how much money you're going to make. But if we just assume that this is amount you can make, go and try, it becomes, I'm sorry with all due respect, a very irresponsible contract. In contracting, and even in business, it doesn't work that way. Business is all about making money. And whilst you don't have the correct data to execute the project as it is, this is where you'll end up. Because they should have known how many plots are in k.M.C. That is your data. How many of them are you interested in using the service? How much do you charge? And then it will give you the accurate revenue. And based on that, you come up with a conservative figure to ensure that this is the targets that we have set, we have to collect this amount. But if each party is doing your own thing in your own little way, in your own little corner, it doesn't match. And that is where we are. The contract is struck, and it's very difficult to sort out. But moving forward, as you have said, I think they should renegotiate and move forward. But it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, sorry, let me just ask. Mr. Manneh, I am going to give you this agreement. And please look at this agreement and tell us whether this is the correct agreement you signed with k.M.C.
Okay. Yeah, this is the agreement we signed with k.M.C.
Mr. Manneh, this is not the agreement you have signed with k.M.C. Now, I am giving you back the document to look at. Look at the last page and tell me whether it flows from the second to last page, because I am at a loss as to what the last page is saying based on, from the second to last page, you have Articles 5.2, and the last page you have Article 8.3. And when you read Article 5.2, can you please listen to me, Mr.
Yes,
Manneh?
I just want to check the other contract here on my phone.
Let me, so that you can follow.
Okay.
And then see that it is not the correct agreement you have
Okay.
sent to me,
All right.
sent to us. I'm referring you to the second to last page of the agreement.
Yes.
And the second to last page agreement, the Article 5.2, if you look at the last page, the next article is Article 8.3. And when you read Article 5.2, you realize that it is not in correlation with what is contained therein after the article, and it's not in order because you have Article 5.2 and you go straight to Article 8.3. So where is Article 6, where is Article 7, and where is Article 8.1 and Article 8.2? Please look at the document
Okay.
again.
I'm having the document here.
Now, Mr. Manneh, did you see the issues that I have raised in that agreement?
Yes. I think one page is missing here.
Now, what we are going to do, Mr. Manneh, you are going to leave us with that document.
Yeah.
Please get us the document, the correct agreement.
Yes.
Complete, signed agreement.
Yes,
between
yes.
you and KMC.
Yeah.
So we will maintain this because it's already admitted in evidence as an exhibit.
Okay. Yeah, one page
Let me
for printing error.
Yes.
One page is missing
Yes.
there.
Now, just another more question. There is the issue of the 2%. The issue of the 2% recurrent baseline revenue. How were you able to calculate the 2% recurrent baseline?
Yes, actually it's the total amount of the turnover, the 2% of it.
Yes.
Yeah. So
now you had already indicated this in your agreement.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And how would you be in a position to quantify this when you do not have the actual turnover as record from KMC?
Yeah, the actual turnover, yes, we have the actual turnover. It's in record.
No, not when you started. Not when you started. Before you signed the agreement.
Yes.
Did you have actual turnover to be able to come to 2%? Because you said it's a PPP agreement.
Yes. No, actually the 2% we just did it like we added on top for material cost, whatever it is. If we cannot cross the baseline, then there is an operational cost we will have.
But Mr. Manneh, that will not be correct because you are dealing with an institution that collects public revenue, right? And for you to be able to come up with these percentages, you must be sure of what, you understand, of their total turnover is for you to arrive at that 2%. Because it should be, you understand, profitable to you, and it should be profitable to the council.
Yes.
But where you don't have the data, how would you arrive at this? That's my concern.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, that's what I was saying the last time. Like the studies we did for the market, the Mbalit, and the whole concept.
Yes. Now you also bring us, Mr. Manneh.
Yeah.
You have the bid proposal data sheet, right?
Yeah.
Please provide, you had the bid security, right?
Yes.
Please provide it. You have the performance security, right?
Yep.
Please provide that one. You have the terms of reference?
Yeah, it's included.
Yes, okay.
The profile
Yes,
also.
now the technical and the technical proposal and the financial proposal. You have that?
No, I don't have it. I don't have it in
Please
record.
note
But I
it.
think
These ones
that's
I am asking you to bring. Please
Yeah.
note it so that you can
Yeah,
provide
yeah,
it
yeah.
for us. The technical and the financial proposal.
Yeah, I think that one is with Mr. Gatson. I will.
Yes, so please be in touch and provide for
Yeah,
us.
yeah.
I said you provide us with the bid stroke proposal data sheet. You provide us with the bid security, the performance security. You understand? You said we have the terms of reference. We will review the documents and confirm.
Yeah.
But provide us with the technical and the financial proposal. You know, and then I think the rest we will review the documents.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Yes, so we will, please endeavor to bring these documents by next week, Wednesday.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we would have reviewed these documents and we'll ask you the necessary questions.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, do you have any question?
Yes, I had a few questions for the witness. May I please have the agreement?
Okay.
Mr. Manneh,
Yes.
taking up from where Madam Chair left off with regards to revenue collectors complaining about the machine giving them issues that led to the shortages they have. Now, were the staff trained?
Council, can you put the question again to the
Yeah.
witness?
Can you put the consult? Yeah.
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
He did not get the question. Put
I-
the question back again.
Okay, so the staffs were to be trained.
Yes. Yes.
Were there any staff training with regards to the usage of the machines?
Yes, we did train the staffs. That's the letter I've mentioned on the documents.
Document, yes,
Yeah,
as per
we-
the agreement
yeah.
clause to require staff training
yeah,
as well.
yeah, exactly.
So then in that case, they will not have excuse to say the machine has been giving them problems because there were training conducted.
Exactly.
And you have report to show the full implementation of these trainings?
Yes.
You have
Yes.
a report? You can note it down, then you can provide the report,
Okay.
the report of the trainings. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Were you doing monthly reconciliation so that each party can know how much money has been generated?
No, I didn't hear you very well. Can you repeat your voice, please?
You were required to do a monthly reconciliation
Yes.
for the income that has been generated so that both parties, as in Ecotech and Council, can know the monies that have been generated for each month.
Yes.
So you were supposed to do as per clause 4, monthly reconciliation.
Yes, we used to do that.
You were doing that?
Yes, we used to do
How could you
that.
provide the monthly reconciliation?
Yeah, that's one of the documents I have give out. So our accountants, they used to go to the municipality and sit down with the,
That was just for 1 year?
yeah, that's for the 1 year.
Yes, but then the other, you should
The
provide
monthly.
the other, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
So, it is not specified in the agreement as per, the percentages, yes, it's clear, but it is not specified in the agreement as per how these payments or how the payments was to be shared or how the profits were to be shared or how you were supposed to get paid. It wasn't specified whether it was for monthly, yearly, or quarterly.
Yeah, I think it's mentioned there. It's monthly. Every month we share anything above the baseline. We share 60. KMC will take 60. Ecotech will take
20.
40.
So there was a
40%.
failure on the part of council that they were not paying you monthly instead.
Yes, they didn't pay the monthly because of they hold the baseline as 1.6,
Yes, sir.
which we make every month. But in reality, as I tell to Madam Chairman, that we understood that the baseline was not 1.6. It was between $800,000 to $900,000.
Okay, so it was the monthly payments that compile up to the amount you stated,
Yes,
about 12 million. that you
exactly,
stated.
exactly. If
Okay. All right, that will be all for the witness, Madam Chair, for now. Then we'll go through his documents, and if you have any kind of questions or concern, we will relay through the registrar to call him back.
Yes, I just wanted to be clear about one thing, Mr. Manneh. You said, you have earlier said in your evidence that you were making profit. I want you to clarify that issue, because I do believe that you made projections year in, year out, what was going to be the percentage expectation
Yes.
as to rise in revenue collection.
yes, because the time we started, that's the first to on the first 2020 to 2021, we have seen that we have generated $17 million for the municipality. And
How much percentage was that?
that's 50% increment if the baseline was based on the reality, what they have in record. So, but we didn't mention that in the contract because of what we have discussed with them. So,
now, Mr. Manneh, you must then have an idea as to why the municipality is reluctant in using the machines. Because I cannot see why, if the machines are reducing the leakages of revenue and is reducing fraud, why they should be averse in dealing with the issues and moving forward in using the machines, given the fact that people are now moving away from paper transaction to making it IT based, so that revenue collections will be easier, more transparent, and you will be in a position to quickly reconcile and see defects.
yes, Madam Chairman, that's what I'm trying to bring here. Like, we bring this transparency to them, and they were making the money. But now they went back to paper ticket. They are making even less than 500,000 if they bring the record today. If the Mbalit brings the record today, if the commission can give me the right to tell them to bring the record today,
We have the record.
it's less than 800,000.
We have the record.
It's less than 800,000.
Yes, the reason why I'm asking is because we have informed facts to show that the revenue is less.
Yes. So we have the fact that from the day we started, that the revenue have been increased. The whole year we make $17 million is for them. Just
the Mbalit.
Just the Mbalit. Just one Mbalit revenue collection.
Thank you, Mr. Manneh. So please bring us the documents that we had asked for.
Okay.
And we will call you back to clarify things when we go through your documents.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Council. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, that will be all for now.
You may go, Mr. Manneh.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. You are discharged.
Good afternoon, Mr. Witness. You may kindly take your seat. Mr. Witness, for continuation of your testimony before this Commission of Inquiry into Local Government Councils and related matters, may I remind you once again that you are still under oath before I hand you over to Madam Chair for us to proceed.
No problem.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I hand over the witness to you for us to proceed.
Mr. Bojang.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
You're welcome back.
Thank you so much.
Can we please proceed, Councillor?
Yes, Mr. Bojang, we will continue from where we stopped the last time you appeared. Do you have any of the documents that you were asked to bring? Any?
Not at the moment, because I wanted to wait till I was ready to put them together and then bring them possible.
All right. So the activity report for Carnival Municipal Council that you have tendered, Carnival Municipal Youth Committee, from March to July 2023, which is marked as LGC/1B/K.M.C/002. Let me give it to you. Please have a look at it and guide us through what the document is about.
Yes, like it says, it's the activity report of what the committee had done in the year before, and some of the things, or some of the activities that we are taking part in. Notwithstanding, there are other activities that also we have done, which might not be covered in the report, because as a nominated councillor, my work is not just focused on one aspect. Because even the activity plan of the council itself, I take part in the formation of the activity plan of council, and most of the projects that we also do are featured in that activity plan, which is different from the activity plan of the KMYC.
All right. So just for the record, what is that committee about?
Huh?
Just for the record, what is that committee about?
Which one? The one that you have handed me?
Yes.
It is the Carnival Municipal Youth Council activity report.
You are part of the youth council?
Yes, I'm part of the KMYC.
You attended the meetings?
I attend meetings when I am available.
And how often do you attend meetings?
I do attend meetings. When they call meetings that I am available, I would attend meetings.
Okay. That document, these are minutes of meetings, or? The one you have with you?
Yes.
Is that a minute of meeting?
It is the first part of it, which says it's more of a report of the Congress itself, yes, and the activities of the council itself.
Okay. Did you take part in the formulation of that document?
The report?
Yes.
No, I didn't take part in the formulation of the report, but I was consulted.
Okay. Do you have evidence of the consultation and your input?
I can't hear you clearly, please.
Do you have evidence of your consultation and your input?
Per se, I don't have evidence of it, but we do consult each other, especially when it comes to report. They might ask me activities that I taken part in, or for example, if I was at a meeting, for example, we get invited to a lot of workshops or trainings. Okay. So they will consult, usually through phone call, or when I'm at council, they'll come in the council and then we'll discuss, or sometimes through the WhatsApp group that we have, which is the KMYC WhatsApp.
Right. So it says Sunday 19th February 2023, the Carnival Municipality Youth Committee held its Congress on Sunday 19th February 2023 at the Carnival Municipal Council. Were you present?
This one, I believe I was present.
You were present?
Yes, I believe I was present.
But you were not in it says where a new executive was elected into office.
Yes.
And the names are present. After the first general meeting with all consultants, chairpersons, an activity plan was drafted and co-opted members chosen by the core executive. Why did you take part in this activity plan?
I'm not getting clearly.
Did you take part in the activity plan?
In the activity? No, this is the report. You mean the activity plan for the year coming?
Yes.
I submitted some of the activities that I wanted to do to the committee.
Do you have copies of those activities?
I don't have it here.
That you have submitted?
I don't have it here.
All right. So just for the record, this is clearly in relation to the Caribbean.
I'm not hearing you, Council, please.
Okay, so let me. This clearly it is with respect to the KMYC.
This one?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So, apart from your relationship with KMYC, as a councillor, have you had any activity plan you've prepared yourself in relation to your work as a nominated councillor representing the youth?
Council, just to clarify, it is not within my TOR to even work on an activity plan as a nominated councillor, but I have taken part in council's activity plan generation, which is k.M.C itself, which is done usually at general council. So we bring in or we submit programs or projects that we want to do for the year, whereas then the council will put it into its annual plan, which is the k.M.C's annual plan itself, and then we will implement based on the availability of funds and also what are priority areas.
When you say it is not within your TOR, what do you mean?
For example, what I am trying to explain here is that my work is not, for example, defined in based on an activity plan that I have. My work is based on the needs and aspirations of the people I represent at a certain given period of time.
Yes.
So priorities might change, even though I do have a guideline to say that this and this is what I want to do, but the work is not defined or definite to an activity plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We don't expect that politicians, their mandate or what they have to do would be defined by these acts or regulations. But when you are nominated or when you're representing a class of people, it is very clear that you must emanate from that class which you are a youth, and then you are nominated along those lines.
Yes.
Now, if you're to serve for a period, is 4 years or 5 years?
No, my term is based on the term of the k.M.C.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes. So if you are to serve within a given period, we expect that any person nominated would know or have a plan.
Yes.
To know what you want to do within this period.
Yes.
So that it is along those lines that I am asking whether you yourself, you have any plans that you have formulated in relation to trying to achieve the reason as to why you are nominated, representing the youth, their problems and how to solve it. Do you have any work plan or working tool that you come up with to argue that in council? Again,
my work plan is based on what the representatives of the youths in the constituencies bring. And the representative of these youths in the constituencies are the representatives from KMYC.
Yes.
So they will bring the issues that are affecting young people within the constituencies.
Yes.
And when it's formalized in a document, it is also submitted to me. And what we'll also do is that during the mayor's tour, we go around and I would speak to young people who are within the community of KMC. And they'll also tell me their problems, which I will also deliberate at General Council when it comes to building of KMC's plan. But I have not sat alone to say that I will develop a plan without consulting. That is why I just want to clarify.
Okay. So in 2018, for instance, when you were nominated as the councillor to represent the youth in 2018, for that year or 2018 going to 2019, what were the main issues or main problems that the youth were facing that you had to address, and how did you address those issues?
Yes, so in 2018 when we came, I was fortunate to take part in the mayor's tour just right after our nomination, and we visited all the 19 wards and met all leaders, great community, religious, youth, and all groups. We were able to have consultations with them, and during these consultations we would listen to them and see some of the areas that they would have issues in. Some of the areas were unemployment, for example, to recreational facilities. Thirdly, general support. Fourthly was also how to empower young people. So since these were the areas of focus, when we came into General Council, I submitted most of the problems that were faced by these young people. I believe the report was also submitted by the Clerk of Council during a General Council sitting of the challenges faced by these by the constituencies and the wards that we visited.
Who prepared the report?
The council itself prepared
Council.
the report. Yeah.
Now I'm more particularly concerned. I'm very concerned about your work individually in relation to this area.
Yeah. So I'm coming. I'm not done. Yes. So after that, the positions like I mentioned were unemployment, youth empowerment, recreational facilities, and just basic support to young people. So these were the areas of focus we had in our first term, and we were able to push to see that some of these came to fruitfulness. For example, we were able to set up a 20 million revolving youth fund that supported young people who were into business, and we gave them loans through Supersonic and other microfinances. We had also the batch car initiative that we brought, where we gave batch cars to young people within the municipality of Kanifing as a sort of a facility loan, where they paid after 1 year, and the batch cars were theirs. This was done in relations to the ITC, and also which is International Trade Center through YEP. We also were able to renovate and work on the community centers we have in k.M.C, which is the Backwater Community Center, which is a clothing and textile hub now.
Were these projects you initiated?
These were projects that I was part and parcel of, and most of them I initiated them.
Would that not be the story of every councillor, that all achievements are really joint achievements? They are, because by virtue of being in council and taking part in deliberations, it will be easy for anyone to just say, I took part in this initiation. So how can you clarify?
But these were youth empowerment projects, and youth empowerment projects fall under my domain as a youth councillor.
Yes, but did you initiate them? That's a question.
Yes, most of them I initiated them.
Can you list out the ones that you initiated and what you have done in relation to achieving?
Yes, so like I mentioned, first of all, we were able to set up a 20 million youth revolving fund, which was to support young entrepreneurs within the Kanifing Municipal Council. Which
you initiated?
Yes, which I initiated to support.
Do you have any documents in relation to that?
The agreement was signed with Supersonic Microfinance, but I also had personal relations with other microfinance organizations who were also supporting where Supersonic couldn't step in. But there was a contractual agreement between k.M.C and the Supersonic Microfinance.
Do you have any documentation to show?
I'm sure Council will have documentation.
You don't have any?
No, because I didn't sign the agreement. The CEO signed the agreement between him and the CEO of Supersonic.
Okay, please, we will ask that you provide some of these documents in relation to the $20 million revolving fund.
Look, can you give me a minute so I could jot them down?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So from that also we had where during the COVID-19 we had donations from well-wishers through the KMYC in partner where we worked with people who donated to us bags of rice and other condiments that were needed by the less fortunate, and also jerry cans and other sanitary equipment.
These are activities for KMYC or activities that?
No, you asked about my activities, so I'm giving you activities that I've worked on.
Yeah, in relation to council.
Yeah, but like I mentioned, we, in as much as I work in I am a councillor, but I also work with KMYC.
Yes.
So most of the projects I do, KMYC usually plays a huge part in it.
Yes. So
because I don't do them alone.
So I don't doubt that. I really believe that will probably be true. But we're here in relation to know your activities in relation to k.M.C. So if they are cross-cutting, and then probably k.M.C. is a partner to these activities, then they will be relevant for this in relation to these proceedings. But if it is strictly KMYC's activities, then it may not be relevant for these proceedings. So I don't know whether you understand what I'm trying to say.
I do understand, but they are not it is not that they are just for KMYC.
Yes.
Because most of the councillors also took part in these activities. Because the implementation of KYC's projects are not done in isolation.
Yes.
In fact, most of the youth representatives, like I mentioned, in the constituencies, work directly with the councillors. When it comes to mobilization, when it comes to implementation of projects, they work with the councillors on the ground. So most of the projects are not done, like I mentioned, in isolation.
Okay. So now, can you now tell us, you married the two, can you now tell us KMC's role in these activities
sure.
by KMYC?
Yeah, sure. So the other project that we also did was that during the same COVID.
No, the last one, the face masks. Well, where does KMC fall within the scope of the activity?
Because when we were formulating the project, it was done through the committee, KMYC committee, yes. But also it was brought to council because most of the time council will also finance and support some of the projects. So with the jerry cans, I do believe, the wash and stations we had within the wards, even though it was an initiative through the KMYC, but the councillors played a vital role because they were the ones who selected where most of these were going to be stationed. So it was a joint project, in my opinion.
So the face masks, where
yes.
does KMC come in?
No, it was a general. Which face mask are you talking about?
You spoke about that you've received donations from
No, I said general sanitary equipment.
Sanitation.
Yeah, not face masks.
So what is exactly the role KMC played? I want you to explain clearly the role KMC played in that.
KMC played the role in defining where these stations or wash stations were going to be stationed in the markets, for example, or in the communities. So that is a role that KMC played.
So was it a partnership with KMC and KMYC?
When we do projects, we do it interchangeably. There is no definite position.
So this one, do you call it a partnership? Or is it a project solely for KMYC? Or do you call it a partnership, KMYC and KMC? I just want to have the correct definition.
It will be difficult to define, the council.
Why?
Because usually when we work interchangeably.
No,
yeah.
Mr. Bojang, let's make it easy. Where there is a partnership, it's clear that there is a partnership. Where there is no partnership, it will be very clear that there is no partnership.
No, because
okay, go on.
Sorry.
So the issue is if A and B are in collaboration to do any activity, either through documentation or activity reports, it will be very clear the role each party will play. So if there is no partnership, it will be very clear that a certain activity has been carried out by just one party. So it's for you to tell us whether it was a partnership. If the answer is yes, in the affirmative, then you tell us the role played by each party. What is your responsibility, party A? What is your responsibility, party B? And for in most occasions where you have this partnership, there will be documents to prove to establish these facts. So please help us with.
I wouldn't call it a partnership. I'll call it a collaboration. And I think I've definitely defined each group's role. Like I mentioned, KMYC provided the goods and the equipment, while KMC helped with the facilitation and also with the stationing. So it was a collaboration and not a partnership, I'll call it.
Okay. Yeah. Now, not very satisfied, but let's move on. Any other activity?
Yeah, sure. There are a lot more.
Okay.
During the COVID also, we gave out $1 million through YEP.
We as in whom?
A partnership between KMC and YEP.
Okay. That's a partnership?
Yes.
So who gave out the 1 million?
YEP gave out the $1 million. And but we were assigned to work on a project where, because we were faced with challenges, and we were asked to come up with solutions to these challenges. One of the challenges was that young people couldn't go to school anymore because of the lockdown. Two, our markets were no more functional because of the embargo and the curfew. And thirdly, it was that the transport system was a lot of people in the transport system were losing money. So what we came up with was a project which we partnered with YEP to see how best do we address these three positions. A prize money of $1 million was put forward by YEP, and young people within the Cardiff Municipal Council applied. And when they applied, they pitched their ideas to us, and then we came up with the first three who we thought were the best solutions to these problems. The winners were GISCO, which is a learning platform. Lejumbo, which is an e-market platform, and also I believe Outboost, which is a telemarketing and an advertisement platform. So that is also another project we did.
So there is no financial contribution from KMC, no?
No, there's no financial.
Why is there any reason why?
No, because KMC usually is bootstrapped when it comes to financing. So
what?
Bootstrapped. So what I have done, majority of the projects that I have implemented, funding came from outside. Because when I came, I realized that we had a challenge of constraints. And like I mentioned, when we did the mayor's store, I realized that, okay, in as much as my constituency has issues, they need, but at the moment, the priority at council was that waste management, for example, was a priority. We had invested a lot of money into acquiring our waste stores.
Why would there be any problem in relation to cash issues and
Yeah, because I mean, generally, majority of Gambians, especially in the Kano Municipal Council, do not pay tax. We have a compliance issue.
How do you know that?
Because of the records that are at council. For example, I can tell you that in Bakau, where I live, over 22 million people owe tax to KMC.
No, what we have is the opposite. What we have is taxes being paid and mismanaged.
Well, I am telling you that this is not the fact on the ground, because I live in Bakau and I can tell you that this is a fact, because even my neighbors, for example, I had to continue going to them because when people come, because once they understand or think that you work at KMC, they believe that you can solve most of their problems at council. But when they go to council, you realize that there are a lot of areas that have not been paid. So these are challenges that we face. And not just that, subvention, for example, that government is supposed to give us are not coming forth.
Do you need subventions?
Every institution needs subventions. Even the Ministry of Justice is subvented.
Yes.
So every institution, to function to the best of your ability, you need financing.
Right.
And this is a law. It is not something you need or you don't need. It's not something that is put on the table so you can cherry pick. It's a law that says that we need to be subvented. So if government is not doing that, that is based on the incompetence of government. But we cannot be as if we are...
Mr. Bojang, let me come in here. Please provide for us reconciliations that have been done from 2018 to 2023 as of January 1st, for us to have the evidence that there is no payment of the subventions that were due from government. That is one. And the second thing is, can you please note that down? Please provide us with the reconciliations from 2018 to end of January 31st, 2023. For us
from 2018 to 2023?
Yes, January, as of 31st January. For us to ascertain
no problem
whether government has paid and has not, whether it has paid or not paid. And the other issue is also provide us with car park fees payment.
That will be difficult as it's not under my mandate.
It's not under your mandate?
No.
No, you are talking about government not paying. Yeah. Car park fees are government payments.
To be honest, I don't know anything about the car parks.
But that is why I'm putting it to you. So if you don't know, you find out first. Because these are also fees that are being paid by government to the councils. And these are huge amounts of money.
Can I respond, Madam Chair, please?
Yes.
Yes, but when we talk about subventions, Madam Chair, yes, you are told that a certain amount...
yes, but that is why
yes,
I have asked...
No,
just listen.
Okay.
That is why I have asked you, we will discuss this further. Yeah. Because you will come back and clarify certain issues. Mm-hmm. So when you provide the reconciliations from 2018 to January 2023, then we will be able to ascertain, you understand, which year and when they have not paid the subventions. And then we can discuss the issues thereon. All right? I have been told that it's already 1 o'clock and GRT starts taking signal. We will come back after the break.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
We may rise.
I cannot, but the budget is available, and it's anybody, because it's a public document, so anybody can have a look.
Now, do you know what the budget is for 2019?
Offhand, not really, but I know it's around the margin of 400 million, if I'm not mistaken.
400 million.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at your budget and the obligation of government to give you the subvention, do you know how many years they have missed in giving the subvention?
Not offhand, but I do remember around 2021 or 2020, 2 million was given. But for me, like I mentioned, if a law is put in place and it says that this is the amount that is supposed to be given, I do believe that the law needs to be followed. So I wouldn't call that subvention in my definition, because it is very, very low compared to what we are supposed to do.
Now I'm asking you whether you know for any given year that subvention is not received. Do you know when it was not received? Since
yes, I believe when we came in 2018, I believe we didn't receive a subvention. Our first time we didn't receive a subvention. Like I said, because the 2 million, I wouldn't call it a subvention.
What do you mean when you say you don't call it subvention?
Yeah, because it's not what is determined by law. Because the law says that we need to get a percentage from the development budget. So that amount we received was not at the
so it is also stated that, for instance, your budget or your expenditure, a certain amount or percentage should be spent on development. Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, I do believe, I think it's 40%, no?
60.
60%, okay, 40-60, I do believe.
60%.
Yeah.
Do you know whether that has been met by council?
I cannot say offhand if we have indeed met the 60% development threshold.
Why can't you?
Because I cannot tell you offhand how much has gone into the, but because I know it's budgeted for, but offhand I cannot tell you this is what we have budgeted for. Yeah.
You are part of council, you sit in council meetings.
Yes.
At any given point in time, at any year that you have evaluated at council level your expenditure and to see whether in fact you have met the threshold of the 60%?
Not to my knowledge per se, but when you look at the developments we have done, for example.
You cannot know by looking at.
No, what I'm saying, council, is that I cannot tell you offhand this is specifically how much we have spent.
Yes.
But I can tell you this and this and this is what we have done.
No.
So that's what I'm saying.
No, there is a requirement, like you said earlier on. If there's a requirement by an act or law, it has to be followed.
Yes.
This came from you, and you're right in that.
Yeah.
So the Finance and Audit Act, I believe on page 5, it will tell you about the responsibility in relation to the 60%.
Can I be provided with it, please, if you don't mind?
It's a public document, but I'm not sure whether they have a copy here. Do we have a copy of the Finance and Audit Act?
Sorry, I lost my pen.
Should be on page 5. Where you have, if you turn to budgetary powers and procedure, page 10, should be 10, 11. 10 is budgetary powers and procedures.
Page 10 and 11, huh?
Yes, so
okay,
the budgetary powers and procedure. Are you there with me?
Yeah, page 9.
Okay, probably page 9 on that. So you will see subsequent 7 says a council shall allocate at least.
Yes. No, I'm not denying that. I'm not denying what you're saying, that we should allocate that amount.
Okay,
so what I'm saying now is that, do I think that we have gone above the threshold? Yes, but you ask if we have given that amount. I say I cannot officially say how much we have given.
Okay, you are trying to anticipate my question.
Okay.
So let me just ask it first, and then.
Okay, then I apologize for that.
No, that's okay. Yeah. A council shall allocate at least 60% of the budget for development activities, excluding the recurrent cost of those activities. So it's a law, like you said, it is provided for. So do you see this as a mandatory provision?
Oh yes, it is mandatory.
Okay. Now how would we know if council had met this requirement?
I do believe that the Finance and Accounts Department of Council should be able to tell how much money has come in and how much we have expenditured.
True.
Based on our activities and what we have done.
True.
But I personally, at my personal level, I do believe we have met that 60%, considering the projects we have done and development we have done within the wards.
Now let's work with facts. It's better than speculation.
Yeah.
Because if I ask you what the base of your belief, you would not be able to substantiate it at the level of 60% minimum standard.
Yes, as I mentioned. Yeah.
Good. So we go with facts. It's much clearer. So the 60% minimum standard or requirement, going by the act, you have said clearly, which is true, the finance should really come up with the figures. Now at council level, in your meetings, in your general meetings and all that, how do you make sure that this 60% minimum standard has been met?
What we do is that when the budget is drawn,
yes,
and every aspect of council brings in their own contribution to the budget, then the budget is brought to general council, and the budget includes this developmental perspective, yes, of it. Once that's done, we also do an assessment, yes, of what we have done in the last year,
yes,
to see if we have reached the 60% quota. Was that
done over the years?
We have spoken about it in our general council sittings, and councillors have raised the issue that this 60% needs to go to the
was it
back
done?
to the community.
Say yes or no?
Like I mentioned, I cannot, and you've mentioned, I cannot substantiate that now based on the fact that we don't have the documentation.
No, what I mean is if you give evidence without other evidence, without having to rely on documentary evidence in the case of budgets, like you said, it has to be supported by documentary evidence. Yes. So therefore, with the lack of documentary evidence, someone can just say, for instance, we have met the requirement. In fact, we had 78 or 80% when it comes to development. But if without documentary evidence, it may go to no issue.
Yes, it may be difficult to.
Yes. So now I'm asking about the documentary evidence. So now you have talked about it in council. Have you had documentary evidence to show that you have met the requirement of 60%?
At the moment, I cannot say.
You cannot say. Since 2018, you were a councillor, you cannot say.
No, 2019.
Yes.
2019, for example, I would want to say that we have met the 60%.
Can you provide the commission with documentary evidence?
Unless if I check with the general council.
Unless you check?
Yes. Because I don't have it here.
2020?
Again, unless I check with the council.
2021? The same?
Yeah.
Same with 2022 as well?
Yes, definitely.
And the last 2023. Now, have you taken part in any form of assessment at council's level in relation to finding out whether your expenditure 60% minimum is in line with development?
No, I have not taken part in any assessment.
Why is that?
Because I'm not part of any committee that deals with financing of the council.
No.
So I will believe that anybody who will be able to do that has to be mandated by a committee, for example, or by general council to say that we need you to do so and so assessment.
No, but you're part of general council. It can be raised. These issues can be raised. If the committees don't come up with these figures, the council should be interested to know 60% of our money minimum is going to development.
I do believe this is why we have committees, and we have mandated committees with our power to do that. So even if we don't do it personally, the committees have the mandate to do it. So
have the committees been doing that?
I cannot say because I don't attend their meetings, but I do know that they do give reports to general council. But it's been 7 years. It will be difficult to remember what every committee has given at a report.
Which committee will be responsible for this?
I believe the accounts committee will be responsible, and the finance committee.
Have they ever submitted any report?
Yeah, just last week they also submitted a report to general council.
No, have they ever submitted reports along these lines in relation to the expenditure heads for the 60% minimum?
I have attended a lot of general councils. I can't remember offhand what every committee has.
Mr. Bojang, if you had taken part in any council meeting, this is a priority. The minimum standard, like you said, is mandatory.
Yeah.
And so every councillor, every person that takes part in council meetings must make sure that these issues are being addressed and are being met. So that if any person has taken part in deliberations of this nature and evidence is being put forward, then you would be in a position to say, yes, we made it as a matter of priority and we had addressed this issue, and then yes, council had met the 60% and this is the evidence. Is that not the case?
Council, no, it is not the case, because like I mentioned, we have over 9 committees, I believe, at council. and we have been at council since 2018.
Yes.
So every committee at least gives reports, not just one, but multiple reports. So through these reports, these issues will be raised, and I am sure it was raised.
Do you have evidence of that?
I don't have it here, but we can check through the minutes, because every general council has minutes, and even, for example, the committee itself might sit over it, so they have minutes. We can definitely check through the minutes. But I am telling you that the priority and development of our municipality is a cornerstone of the Kanifi Municipal Council.
If you are given time to provide evidence, would you be able to do that?
I will do the best I can to provide.
Okay, please write it down.
Yeah.
We would need evidence of the 60% minimum requirement for development expenditures, if you have any.
And what?
Just that for every year, so 2018.
From 2018 to 2023, huh?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, another issue is in relation to internal audit reports. Are you familiar with internal audit reports from 2018? Have they been addressed? Have you received internal audit reports at council level, and do you know where they have been addressed?
Internal reports.
Internal audit reports.
Internal audit reports.
Yes.
No, I have not.
Why is that?
Because I mentioned again, I'm not the one it should be addressed to.
No, you're missing the point. When I say you, I mean at council level. Have
Oh,
you
okay,
dealt
as a
with-
general counsel.
Yes.
We had the issue of an internal auditor. I believe we had Fofana,
Yes.
who was the internal auditor.
Right.
At some point, Fofana left. So since Fofana left, I believe in 2018 or 2019, we haven't had an internal auditor until recently when Koli was appointed. So we have had an issue of internal auditors, and I think it also provides a basis of lapses, especially when it comes to how local governments run in the Gambia. Because, for example, mayors or the chairpersons are not given the ability to appoint their own staff, so it takes a long time, and there's a lot of bureaucracy. So because we couldn't appoint an internal auditor, some people had to step in from the office who might not have had the expertise to accomplish the missions that are given to them. So I believe going forward, and I think there are a lot of, like I mentioned the last time I was here, there's a lot of constitutional reforms that need to be done, especially when it comes to local governance. Because even, for example, when you talk about Local Government Service Commission, one time I remember the chairman was former Cisse, then we don't know who the chairman was. So it makes it very difficult. Yeah, okay.
To the issue that is being discussed now on the issue of was where the internal during this period that is under review, did the council sit over some of these internal audit reports?
I'm saying we didn't have an internal auditor from 2019.
What we are saying, we are asking pursuant to the fact that we are in receipt of internal audit reports.
I can't hear you clearly.
I said we are asking pursuant to the fact that we have internal audit reports.
Okay.
That has been submitted to council. So the question is, during the course of your activities at the level of council, did you have the opportunity of sitting over these reports?
The general council, I believe, should or would have, but I don't.
That is not the question I'm asking.
Are you speaking of me personally, or?
No, I'm speaking to you as a member of council. When we speak to you, we are not speaking to you personally as Mr. Kemo, Bojang.
All right.
We are speaking to you as a member of council. We are dealing with you in your capacity as a person representing a group of people for their interests in the council. Right. And for whatever question we ask you is in relation to that fact and not to your personal capacity.
Okay, granted.
Right? So the question is, did you recall discussing some of these audit reports at the level of council?
Yes.
Some of the issues that have been raised?
I remember Fofana once submitted a report and he presented it at the General Council.
So how often did the council deal with some of this?
No, when it comes to the implementation.
No. The dealing with the report, not the implementation. Because
yes, so
these reports are submitted to council.
Yes. Like I mentioned, I remember there were times that Fofana did submit a report to General Council and presented.
Council, you may proceed. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, I asked that question because we have internal audit reports here. We have the one dated the 14th of March 2022, It says audit inspection on Balit project, period 1st January to 31st December 2021. Have this issue been dealt with? Do you know?
What is the issue at hand? Because when you read it's very difficult for me to know what it is. If you maybe read in depth, I might.
It says internal audit report. The date is 14th of March 2022. The subject matter is audit inspection on Balit project covering the period 1st January to the 31st of December 2021. My question is, have you at any point in time, at council level, discussed these issues regarding the audit reports?
It depends, because in 2022, at some point I was away, so I'm not sure if I had, yeah.
Have you been present at any point in council where you have discussed internal audit reports?
Yeah, well, yes, I have been present in council when internal reports were discussed, but for this specific one, I can't remember of it.
So which one can you recall?
No, like I mentioned, when Fofana, no, I can't recall everything or the report itself, but I do remember that there were internal report presentations at General Council.
Do you recall any instance that you have taken part in deliberations with respect to issues raised by internal audit reports?
At General Council level, yes.
Which one is that?
Like I mentioned, in 2019 or 2020, I'm not sure.
Can you avail us with the minutes of the meetings?
I'll have to ask.
Yes, you can write it down. We will call you back. Please write it down. The minutes of the meeting for those deliberations and the internal audit report in particular that was discussed at that meeting.
Internal audit report for which year?
For any, from
between 2018 to
2023. Yeah. And the minutes of the meetings as well.
The minutes?
Yes. To show evidence of deliberation of issues raised therein. Now, this report that I've read to you, there are some findings. Let me just read out one or two. It says total summary of sales and deposits from the period January to December 2021. It says the overall total sales or collections by the 19 ward secretaries is $14,837,945. The overall total deposits receipts by the ward secretaries is $13,156,170. And there was a variance or shortages of $1,681,775. Were you aware at any point in time regarding these shortages?
Not really, not to my knowledge. I can't remember.
Not to your knowledge.
Yeah.
Do you know whether this report or these issues were discussed at council's level?
I can't remember fully.
You can't recall.
Yeah.
So, and then it itemizes the various wards and the shortages. You will see, for example, Serekunda Batres, there was one Maria Madiba and Fatou Jammeh as the ward secretaries. The balance yet to be settled is $140,400. Bakau Newtown, balance $5,290. You have Latrikunda Sabiji, balance of $12,400. The list goes on. Kotu, balance yet to be settled $50,613. Talinding South, balance to be settled $22,312, and the list goes on. Do you not think this is very important? These are things that council should really address.
No, it is important, and I think council will has addressed in a way. But I am saying that I can't remember this audit report. But there have been issues of malpractice at the at the Mbalit project.
Yes.
And even I have mentioned at General Council that one, I do believe that the potential for the Mbalit project is underestimated. I believe that this is one of the greatest projects that have happened in this country. But I do believe. Let me
hear me out. Hear me out. That's not the issue. That's not in fact in doubt.
No, I'm coming to the point you asked the question. So I'm answering that question.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. So what I'm trying to say here is that I do believe that one, we are getting undervaluation of the amount that we are supposed to receive. Two, I do believe that mapping still needs to be done because there are a lot of households, and probably even some of you here, if I ask you, maybe those who live in KMC, the Mbali trucks don't come to your houses.
Now the issue here is we have monies that are outstanding.
Yeah.
And we want to know what council had done in recovering those monies. And if there's any, you can tell us. If you don't know, then the answer would be you don't know whether council had taken steps in recovering these monies.
One of the few I can remember, or one that came to my mind was for Kololi, and I do remember that the individuals were asked to pay back the money, and I do believe they paid the money. But what happens is that council will delegate these issues to the committees responsible. For example, the Mbalit committee or the finance and audit committee or finance committee, sorry, to function and give a report back to council. So I do remember that the Kolori issue, it was settled and then the monies were paid back.
Do you have evidence of that?
I do remember it was said at General Council.
No, but do you have evidence of that?
Personally, I don't.
Okay. Yeah. Then we'll leave it at that. Okay. And again, for some of the things that, facts that you want to establish, we would be very grateful if you have evidence of it.
No
so
problem.
I will also read you again the entire audit report, 24th of June 2021, says quarterly report 1st January to 31st of March 2021. Do you know or do you recall where this audit report had been dealt with at council level?
I don't know.
You can't recall?
Yes, I can't recall.
Do you think it is important to deal with these audit reports?
Oh yeah, audit reports are important to deal with.
If council had dealt with these reports, would you have known as a member of council?
Probably, but I do believe that audit reports are usually...
Would you have known if council had dealt with these reports?
Not really, or not per se.
Why?
Like I mentioned, in as much as they're important, everybody has responsibilities. If you ask me about young people issues and issues that are affecting the municipality...
Are you serious, really?
Huh? Yes, I am. And I'm very genuine about it. Yeah.
So the oversight function of council over these committees.
Yeah.
You don't think they have oversight function?
They do have oversight functions, and council is the legislative arm of the municipal government.
Yes.
And one of our functions is oversight, and I do believe that we have done that. But what I'm saying is that I am not present at every sitting based on situations sometimes beyond my control. But yeah.
Mr. Bojang, I think you misunderstood the question. The question is that if these reports were dealt with, would you be in a position to know as member of council?
Yes,
of course, no, hang on. Of course it is understood that not only, you may not be able to be present in all the meetings, right? But you do understand and you do appreciate that the audit is directly under the council, right?
Yes, it is answerable, yeah.
As per law. It's not even governed by the finance department or whatever. So whatever they do, they report and they copy to the finance department. They report to the council and they copy to the finance department.
Yeah, I didn't say they report to finance department.
Listen. No,
yeah.
I am just trying to elaborate for you to understand.
I thought it was a question. I apologize. Yeah.
Explain to you that as a member of council, would you have been in a position to know whether these matters have been dealt with?
Madam Chair,
that is the question.
Yes, I believe I have answered that.
There is, we have taken cognizance of the fact that not every report you might be present in its deliberation. Yeah. But for the ones that have been put to you, those are the direct answers we want.
Yes, so Madam Chair, I think I had answered the question, but Council is asking the same question in different ways.
No.
Because he asked me about...
He can ask the question.
Yes.
No. You can ask the question.
Yes, no. I don't have any problem with that. I don't have what I'm saying is that I have answered the question. He asked me if these reports were presented at council. I said yes. He asked me if I can remember any situation. I did make mention of the Kololi one.
Yes, but he is putting across to you some different scenarios that are being raised from different reports, I believe. So if it is audit issue, he can raise, because there are so many audit reports. So for the ones that you can recall, being in council and those being deliberated upon, you understand? If you can recall, you say you can recall. If you cannot recall, you say you cannot recall attending the deliberation on those reports.
No problem.
As at the time it was submitted to council.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, you may proceed.
Yes, and let me give you one or two cases also with respect to the audit report dated the 24th of June 2021, covering the period 1st January to 31st March 2021, where it says, for instance, on page, well, there is no number of the pages, but Serapna Market, it says Market Master is Musafal. Total number of ticket books collected for the period is 149 packets of ticket books valued at $1,490,000. Now the total amount of tickets sold is 125. Then the value is 1,250,000. Now the total remaining balance of tickets books in use, 24 packets. And the amount is 240,000. And this is the amount that is not accounted for.
Okay.
The second one is in relation to Market Masters Sekou Fai. With respect to having total number of permanent canteens, 484. Total amount of canteen payments, 530,000. Now the total number of canteens in areas, 145 canteens. Total amount of areas, $291,000. And so when you look at the market alone, for instance, the Latrikunda market as well, they have 62 packet of ticket books. The value is 620,000. Now 58 packets of ticket books, which value is 580, were sold. Now the balance remaining is about 4 packets, $40,000. So the list goes on. There are so many instances where tickets were issued, and not all the tickets would be accounted for. Do you understand? And I believe this should be an interest of the General Council. Do you not think so?
It is it should, and I believe it is. And yeah.
Okay. Has this issue been dealt with? Because there are witnesses that appeared here before you, and the answer is no. It has not been dealt with. Now, if your answer is yes, then we will need evidence of that these issues being addressed.
One thing I know is that we have dealt with issues at a general level. I cannot specifically mention instances, but I know that we have dealt with issues at general level when it comes to markets and ticketing, for example.
So you don't know where this issue has been dealt with?
This specific issue, not really, but I know that we have dealt with issues.
Given time, would you be able to tell us whether it has been dealt with?
One, I doubt, because I'm not a member of the markets committee. Two,
council, by council, not the committee. Let me assist you in this. Yeah. So the committees are answerable to council.
Yes.
So they report to council. Even if a councillor is not a member of a particular committee, but the deliberations, the issues therein are issues of concern to council.
Yeah.
And so when they are reported to council, you would be in a position to contribute and
definitely, I agree entirely.
So that is the issue I have now. Whether they have been forwarded to council, whether council has taken any step. If the answer is in the affirmative, if it is yes, what are the steps taken?
Yes, so can I reply? Yes. So it will be difficult for me to say specifically what steps have been taken, but I do know that issues of market tickets have been raised at council, and in fact, Councillor Bayo at some point brought specimens to General Council to say that there were discrepancies in tickets and and receipts. Yeah. So I do believe that, and I do acknowledge that these issues were dealt with.
Mr. Bojang, I think for us to speed up on this, it's just important to note it and check whether
I can get
took
the
steps in addressing these issues.
Which is reasonable.
So that so that when we come back next, you will be able to explain whether council took steps or not.
Council, can you please give me the specifications so I can write it down?
Just check. He has already given you. He said the reports from 2018 to 2023, the issues that have been raised in internal reports.
I've already written.
There are Okay. So if you check on that, you will be able to see minutes of council
no problem.
dealing with some of these issues, if steps were taken. We will proceed, Council. Thank you.
We also have the internal audit report. The date is 28th of April 2023 for the year ended January to December 2022. It says the internal audit department has embarked on various audit exercises for the year ended 2022. The draft audit report was sent to the Office of the Deputy Chief Executive Officer for management's response since the 28th of December 2022. We are here to submit the final audit report January to December 2022. It was addressed to the Lord Mayor's office. The Deputy Chief Executive Officer is copied, accounts and audit committees are copied. Do you know whether these reports as well were addressed at council's level?
I can't remember specifically.
You can't recall. If you're given time, would you be able to?
Yes, as per this, what I've meant, jotted
Yes.
down. Yeah.
Okay. Now, the other issue as well is in relation to your statement. Now, the expenditure at council, what do you know about the authority for expenditure? Who has the authority to approve expenditure?
The CEO is the Chief Accounting Officer of Council.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the CEO has the ultimate authority?
I do believe so.
You do believe? Does the mayor have expenditure powers?
No, not to my knowledge.
You don't know?
No, I said not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. How about council itself?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know about the threshold for approving expenditure?
Not offhand.
You don't know about the threshold?
Not offhand currently. I can't. Yeah.
Not offhand. But do you know whether it exists?
Yes, I do believe there's a threshold.
Threshold about what? What do you understand about the threshold?
I do believe that. I'm not sure if it's if something goes beyond 500,000 or so, it has to come to General Council, so that we will,
If something goes beyond?
500,000, if I'm not mistaken, it has to come to General Council, so Council will deliberate.
What authority is that? Do you know the authority that?
Not really.
You have no idea. Okay, let me assist you in that. Page 19 of the financial manual. Are you familiar with the financial manual?
No, I am not. But as you are reading, I can go through it.
So you're not?
Yeah.
Okay, please turn to page 19. Can the witness be avail the financial manual for local government? That appears to be the Finance and Audit Act 2004. Is that what you have?
Yes. They are.
Okay. Mr. Bojang.
Yes.
The books of accounts, especially the laws that are guiding the council, I think council should be very much interested in familiarizing themselves with the Finance and Audit Act, the financial manual, because that is the only way you can hold the people that work in council accountable. Is that not the case?
Yeah, which is a reasonable position.
Yes. So on page 19, section 305, it says authority for expenditure. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says the authority to incur expenditure is vested in council through budget approval. Now the finance director shall not make any payment nor accept any charge in the accounts unless authorized by the chief executive and in accordance with the monetary thresholds approved by each council. Now as regard the monetary threshold, it should be noted that up to a given amount the CEO can approve and incur expenditure without reference to the chairman or mayor of the council. Now, up to a certain amount, the CEO is required to consult and seek clearance from the chairman or mayor, as the case may be. Beyond a given amount, the CEO is required to refer such expenditure to council to seek approval.
Yeah.
Now, what do you understand with this?
Just like what I mentioned that I do believe that there needs to be a threshold, and I mentioned an amount of at least 500,000. That's if my memory serves me well. That it will come to council.
So you have served since 2018.
Yes, council.
You should be very familiar with the monetary threshold of council.
Notwithstanding, but I do believe that as humans also there are lapses, and you can't remember everything offhand.
Okay.
Yes.
If you say it's lapses,
yeah.
These are lapses, then I can argue further. But my point now is, what do you have this threshold in council?
Yeah, like I mentioned, I do believe it's over 500,000.
Over 500,000. So
Yeah.
who came up with this figure?
General Council, I believe.
General Council. Do you have any resolution to that effect?
Unless I write it down and check.
Please write it down.
Yeah.
Are you saying it is a resolution? Are you saying it is true a resolution?
I want to believe so.
You want to believe, but you're not sure.
No, but I'll have to cross check.
You'll find out.
Yes.
Now, does the mayor approve payment?
No, mayor doesn't approve favors.
Why is that? The manual says he has to.
No, the manual says the executive officer, the chief executive.
Please read it again.
Yeah, it says that the authority to incur expenditure is vested in council through budget approval. The finance director shall not make any payments nor accept any charge in this account unless authorized by the executive officer.
Please proceed.
Yeah, the chief executive, and in accordance with the monetary threshold approved by each council.
Yes.
As regard the monetary threshold, it should be noted that up to a given amount, the CEO can approve and incur expenditure without reference to the chairman or the mayor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Then up to a certain amount, the CEO is required to consult and seek clearance from the chairman mayor. Beyond a given amount, the CEO is required to refer such expenditure to council to seek approval.
So do you now understand that there are 3 stages of approvals for expenditure? The first is the CEO.
Yeah, but then it says they have to ask for clearance, consult and seek clearance, but the approval has to come from the CEO. From my understanding of what.
Let me go by the words clearance, seeking clearance and consult. Maybe it will be helpful. So, do they seek clearance for expenditure when up to a given amount from the mayor?
I cannot say.
You don't know?
Yes. But I know that they do seek clearance from general council when we are going into, for example, projects or when we are going into contracts.
So the $500,000 that you're talking about, who gives the clearance?
General council.
General council?
Yes.
And not the mayor?
No.
Now, we have had evidence to the contrary. The finance directors testified, and they said clearly it is the mayor who gave clearance.
Well, okay, maybe that's based on that, because I mean, they are the experts, so if they say that, but based on my understanding and what I know, that's what I'm speaking of.
No, see, when we serve in public offices, so we don't have understanding as being the binding the binding position in relation to how it should work or what obtains. I believe that council in general and whosoever serves in council must know what obtains.
And I am saying based on what I know.
Hear me out. So it must know what obtains. So for every councillor who serves in council must know, so that you hold those responsible accountable. So for instance, if we operate based on what we think or believe without recourse to the laws that bind us, then you can't hold anybody accountable.
Yeah, but I don't believe this is what I believe or what I think. I think it's what I understand from what the section is saying. So it's not a belief, but it's...
Because I'm now telling you that those who testify, the finance directors, they have explained clearly that the mayor would approve up to, if it's over $500,000, you must seek clearance from the mayor. So if a councillor does not know that, for instance, or any councillor does not know that at council level, then you can't hold those people responsible. So for instance, if a CEO approves a payment of $501,000, that will be beyond their powers.
Yeah.
And so if that happens, how do you hold them accountable?
But I have mentioned here that payments beyond 500,000 are supposed to come to the General Council. So if any CEO approves a payment more than 501, I will hold you accountable and say that you didn't come to.
Now I am telling you that's not the case. I'm telling you you're wrong. I'm now telling you that the procedure at council level is $500,000 the mayor approves, not council. And has been backed up by evidence from the finance directors.
Well, based on my understanding and based on my experience at council, payments beyond 500,000 came to General Council and
exactly. So that does not obtain at k.M.C, and it is clearly in evidence. Now, I ask that question because, for instance, if payments are to be effected, now who do you write to?
As a councillor, I will write to the mayor, and the mayor will minute it to the CEO, and then the CEO will minute it to finance director, and then the payment.
Why would you write to the mayor?
Because I am not a member of the council staff. I am under the General Council, which is headed by the chairman or the mayor.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Procurement Act and regulations?
Not really, but I do know we have a procurement department and they procure.
But you're not familiar with the Procurement Act and regulations?
No, the Act and regulations.
If procurement rules and regulations are flouted, how would council address these issues when councillors are not familiar with the Act?
Well, I am not the only councillor at council. So we have over 26 of us.
Is it important as a councillor to be familiar with the Procurement regulations and Act?
It is important to familiarize yourself with all materials that will enhance your job.
Now I have vouchers here that are in your name.
Yes.
I have, for instance, PV 210783. I also have PV 211194, PV 201620, PV 202018, PV 210985. These are payments made to you in your name.
Yeah.
Or let me say, it appears they are payment made to you in your name. So let me forward this to you. Please confirm, go through those vouchers, and confirm whether they are payments that you have received in your capacity as a nominated councillor.
Yes.
All of them?
This one, yes. Let me go through all of them. Yes.
Thank you. Let me have them.
Oh, can I have another?
We apply to tender the following vouchers, 5 in number. The first is PV 210985. It's a payment made to the witness, Kemo, Bojang. The amount is $235,800. The date is 30th of April 2021. The second one is PV 202018. The date is 28th of December 2020. The amount is $26,500 is paid to the witness, Kemo, Bojang, with the check number 00189119. The third is PV 201620. The date is 30th of October 2020. The amount is $15,000. The payment is made to the witness, Kemo, Bojang. The fourth is voucher number 211194. The amount is $10,000 and the payment is made to the witness, Kemo, Bojang. The fifth one is voucher number 210783, written with a pen. The date is 12th of April 2021. The amount is $150,150 paid to the witness, Kemo, Bojang, all to be admitted into evidence and marked accordingly. The documents are identified by the witness as payments he had received.
The following are payment vouchers, and they are admitted as follows. Voucher number PV 211194 dated 27th of May 2021. Payment voucher dated the 12th of April 2021 with PV number PV 210783. Payment voucher dated 30th of October 2020 with voucher number PV 201620. Payment voucher dated the 28th of December 2020 with voucher number PV 202018. And the last payment voucher is dated 30th of April 2021 with voucher number PV 210985. These vouchers are admitted in a bundle as exhibit in evidence, and they are marked as LGC/KB/KMC/004. Council, you may proceed.
As the Commission places. Now, let's start with PV 210985. I will ask that you be given all the vouchers. So we will start with PV 210985, the one dated 30th of April 2021.
Yeah.
Do you have it?
Yes.
What is that payment for?
This was a project that we did for rehabilitation of football fields within the Carnifing Municipal Council.
Why was the amount paid to you directly?
I have no idea. All I did was I wrote a request and I submitted it, and then I went to follow up and I was told that the check was in my name.
What do you mean you have no idea, Mr. Bojang?
No, I mean I can't say why it was paid in my name.
But you made the request.
Yes, I did make the request.
Did you make the request to be paid money, or you made the request for the money to be paid to a contractor or someone else?
No, like it says that I write to request for the purchase of goalposts and nets for Bakote.
You are reading the request?
Yes.
Okay, what is the date of the request?
The request was 28 April.
Who wrote the request?
I wrote the request.
Who did you address it to?
I addressed it to the Lord Mayor.
And the heading?
It says that request for goalposts and nets.
Okay, please read it.
Yes, it says that I write to request for the purchase of goalposts and nets for Bakote, Talinding, Charles Jau, and Kotu Kware. Nets, and also nets from number 1 sports shop. So I said the total amount of this phase is 235,800, and I'm counting on your usual support and approval.
Yes, so you know why it is paid to you, because you requested for payment, Mr.
Well,
Bojang.
No, I requested for goalposts and nets, as it is said here, request for goalposts and nets.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you requested for the amount is there.
Yes.
You know what you were requesting for.
Yes.
And the money is to be paid to you.
No, because there's an invoice from the contractor there.
There is an
invoice from the contractor.
Invoice from the contractor.
Yes.
How much is the invoice?
No, it's 179,800.
Let me see. Was the money to be paid to the contractor or to you?
No, 179,800 is to be paid to the contractor. Then the 9,500 is what I purchased the nets from number 1 sports shop.
So the money was to be paid to the contractor?
Yes.
Who paid it to the contractor?
I paid it to the contractor.
Yes, that's my point. You were paid, and you paid whosoever had to be paid.
Yeah, but you asked why was it in my name. So I'm saying that I didn't ask anybody to put it in my name. All I did was I requested for goalposts and nets to be delivered to the communities, and then the request was put in my name.
What you have as invoice does not have the heading or the stamp of any company or any business entity, correct?
Yes, because it's a local welderman.
Do you know any contractor that is supposed to be given public fund or should be registered with GPPA?
Yes.
So why did you not verify before you have this invoice?
Well, because I had asked for through I had asked for people who could work on goalposts, because like I mentioned, we had the mayor's store. And when we went around, recreational facilities were very high on the priority list.
Yes.
So when I came to council, I made a request for a goalpost, and I was directed to George Thier, and I'm told that when it comes to standard goalpost, he was one of the best in the country. So I contacted him. Before then, I had never met him, and I was
Did you verify that information? Did you verify that information?
Yeah, well, because he had told me where he had worked on goalposts before, and I had seen the...
But you are not the authority to grant contracts in council.
Yes.
So, in fact, that would not be your job to do. Do you understand that?
Okay.
It would not be your job to even talk to a contractor as a councillor. It would be totally wrong.
I'm not sure of that. Is there any law that says that we cannot speak to contractors?
Yes. The procurement laws say clearly that the CEO and the contracts committee, these are the organs, and there's a procurement unit.
No, what I mean is does it say that councillors cannot speak to contractors? I mean,
do you think you have those powers to speak to contractors?
No, I'm not saying that. But when you say it's wrong, I would also just like to know, so as for the sake of best practice.
So the law wouldn't tell you that A and B and C cannot talk to the contractors. The law will tell you who has the authority, and so whosoever is not listed does not have the authority to do that. Do you understand that? That's one aspect of it. The other aspect is, you know that contractors must be registered with GPPA. Clear? You had said that. Did you verify whether this contractor is registered with GPPA?
I believe yes.
Can you provide, please write it down, provide the GPPA registration.
Okay.
What method of procurement did you use in this case?
What do you mean, what method of procurement?
I mean, it's procurement. There are methods of procurement. It's either you've used open tender or request for quotation, or it's a single source procurement. There has to be, for every procurement, the law says you must follow strictly the rules regarding the procurement.
Council, like I said, I made a request to council, and I attached the invoice I had from George, and then the check was presented.
Yes, but I'm saying now that you are giving the money, we will come to that later. Now I'm asking, what is the method of procurement that you have used? So if you look at the financial manual, turn to page 38. You have chapter 6, page 38, talks about procurement and tender procedures for goods, works, and services. Chapter 601, are you there?
Is it this document?
Page 38, the financial and accounting manual.
Yeah.
It says local government procurement procedures should be done strictly in accordance with the Public Procurement Act and its attendant regulations and any subsequent amendments to the Act. All councils' purchase of goods, works, and services shall comply with the thresholds prescribed in the GPA Regulations 203. Do you see this?
Yeah.
That the procurement all procurement should follow the procurement regulations. Do you confirm that?
Yes.
Did you follow any?
Unless I read and know which one I followed, if that's acceptable.
Okay, so you don't know, as at the time you incurred this, you contacted this contractor, you don't know whether you have followed any of the methods.
I requested for an invoice.
No, I'm asking. Listen, before even spending $1 of public funds, you agree it's public funds?
Yes, it is.
Good. Before spending $1 of public funds, you must meet procurement requirements. That's what the law says. Now, it is not after you have spent the money. So the idea is, as at the time you have this invoice, you must have known the procurement that you have followed. Did that occur to you at the time?
No.
Good. Now, the other issue is it normal for payments to be made to councillors?
I cannot say, because all we do is we write request, and then when we write request, then it is processed.
Mr. Bojang, that would be worrying, because if those that are supposed to really hold to count, those that are responsible for expenditure, do not know.
No, you said is it
normal?
Normal, yeah.
For payments to be made directly to councillors.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it, to be honest.
Okay.
Because in the end, it's about making sure that what is being budgeted for is delivered. and making sure that those who are supposed to have the service or the goods, you don't get the service or good.
Yes.
So I don't think it is wrong or illegal. So I believe it is normal.
You believe it's normal?
Yes.
And what law are you relying on?
I don't think there's also a law that says that councillors cannot be paid, unless you show me.
Now, let's look at what the financial manual says about expenditure.
Now, what page, please?
I will assist you, just hold on a minute. Page 29. But if you start with page 28, it talks about payments and expenditure. It says types of payments.
Yeah.
The payments and expenditure of council shall be categorized in two, namely development or non-recurrent expenditure and operating cost or recurrent cost. You have the development or non-recurrent expenditure, and the list goes on. So operating or recurrent cost, the list is there. Page 29, it talks about the classification of payments. It says finance staff must exercise great care to ensure that payments are correctly classified into expenditure accounts using appropriate codes. When in doubt, corrections clarification should be sought from the Director of Finance. And the different type of the expenditure, you have payment of personal emoluments, 2, payment of salaries and wages.
Yep.
You turn to page 32, undrawn salaries and wages.
Page 32? Okay.
Council monthly and sitting allowances.
Sorry, page 32, which one? Wages, right?
Yes, undrawn salaries and wages.
Page 31.
Sub 3, council monthly and sitting allowances. 33, staff allowances and other payments.
33, yeah. Other
purchases and supplies, office expenses, bank charges and interest, minor works. Now, where do you fall in? Where do you fall in? Councillors being paid money.
No, what I'm saying here is the council that, all I'm saying that I don't believe it is illegal for councillors to be paid.
We are now examining whether you were right or wrong. Now, these are the different type of payments we have. As you know, you have said you are not familiar with the financial manual.
Yeah.
I'm now trying to assist you regarding payments that are classified clearly and to see for every payment it falls under a certain category.
Yeah.
These are the lawful payments. Payments that are lawful. Do you understand that? So for every payment, it falls under a certain category. If it is salary, it is taken care of by the financial manual. If it is wages, it is taken care of by the financial manual. If it is allowances for councillors, it's clearly spelled out. If it's for minor works, it's clearly spelled out. So where do you fall in? Money is paid to you.
It will fall under development and non-recurring expenditure.
Okay, please guide us through the...
Yeah, because it says that these are...
guide us through the page.
Page 28.
Page 28.
Yeah.
No, see, go to page 29, classification of payments. That is where you have the different type of payments. Page 29, you have classification of payment, the different type of payments that are lawful for council to do. Do you understand? So
no, I think I don't. It's either I don't understand or I am confused a little bit. Yeah, because from my understanding, the payment will fall under development and non-recurring expenditure. Yes. Because this is additional and improvement of extension of buildings, civil works, and the purchase of replacement, of vehicles, and all of that.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So then, if it is under that, then.
Still waiting.
Yeah. Huh?
I'm waiting.
Yes. So I don't believe then it is under the classification of payments.
Now wait a minute. Let me help you here again.
Okay.
There are different type of payments that council can lawfully execute. So for instance, if salaries are to be paid, you will find out on page 29, payment of salaries and wages. Now let me give you an example. It tells you the process. It says, the salaries and wages of employees of council should be prepared monthly by the designated accounts clerk by the 20th of each month, and the payroll should contain the following. It tells you, before a dollar is spent on this, it tells you the process to be followed. Who is to be paid and how they are to be paid. Do you understand that? The list goes on. If you turn to page 31, it tells about wages. Council may engage temporary staff on a day-to-day basis as the need arises. The following procedure should be adopted on payment of wages to temporary staffs. Do you see that?
So I think it will fall under purchases and supplies.
Purchases and supplies.
Yeah.
On page?
Page 34.
34. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see what it says. It says, purchases and supplies cover all stores, items such as fuel, spare parts, stationery, etc. The procurement of these items should be in accordance with the GPA Act. You see?
Yeah.
Upon receipt of the invoice or the bill, the accounts clerk will match in with the copies of purchase, order, goods received, notes, and statement of accounts as applicable. Now, the accounts clerk will check the arithmetical accuracy of the documents and submit them to the Director of Finance for approval. After the document has been approved by for payment, the accounts clerk will then prepare a payment voucher and process it in the usual way. Have you followed these steps?
My responsibility.
No, why are these steps followed?
Huh?
Why are these steps followed?
It is not my responsibility to follow these steps.
That's not the question.
No, but Council, can I please just,
no,
because I listen to you.
You will come with that, with that, but the question first has to be answered, and then your comments can come later, where this followed.
I cannot say if these steps were followed, but from my perspective and from my responsibility, what I did was that I made sure that George was qualified to do the job. Two, that he had a GBPA certificate. And thirdly, that he could deliver. And I did that. I wrote the request. It is up to the administration and the accounts, as said by law, that are supposed to make sure that all the other things are in place.
Absolutely. Mr. Bojang, the Director of Finance should not have approved this payment.
Exactly.
The mayor should not have approved this payment. The CEO should not have approved this payment. No one should have approved this payment. So we are not really excluding the responsibilities of those that are supposed to be responsible and to know better. But in the same vein as well, for a councillor who has the oversight function to make sure that all payments are following due process, should also make sure that every dollar is accounted for properly.
Which is right.
Now, yes, so which you failed to do.
I didn't fail to do it, because what I did was not wrong. What I'm saying here, that in as much as I do agree that there are best practices, but it doesn't also mean that just because I was added to the trail of payment, doesn't mean that what happened is wrong. Because even when you look at the minor works and minor repairs, because like I mentioned, I'm not au fait with the manual, but once I began reading, the minor works also, what happened here falls under the minor works. So what I'm saying here is that in as much as I do agree with you that we need to look out for best practices, and if I had known, I would have made sure that I told them that don't put this in my name.
Yes.
But notwithstanding, I don't believe that it is wrong. But yes, so not being best practice doesn't mean it's illegal.
That is not an issue of best practice. It's an issue of a mandatory requirement. That's different. Best practices comes where the law does not cater for a certain eventuality. That's what you say when issues of best practice will probably come in. These issues are clearly spelled out by law. Now the payments that were made to you, did you retire?
Yes, I did retire.
You retired. Do you have evidence of retirement?
I had because when I came to the investigation, I was told that the receipts were not there.
Yes.
I contacted in fact, I also submitted the number of the guy.
Yes.
And I also contacted him, and he reminded me that indeed he had brought the receipts and handed it to me, and I retired them.
So we need evidence of that, of retirement, of all the payments.
Yeah, just to go further, when I went to, because the investigators had asked me to go to council and check. When I went to council, I was told that all the documentations were submitted to the commission here.
Yes, so we need, that would not be correct. So we need evidence of the retirement. For the monies that were given to you, for the $235,800, we need to have the entire retirement for this.
I had submitted the retirements.
Yes, so we need you to provide copies.
Well, I had gone to council and they said the accounts department, and they said that they had submitted all the documentation.
So whosoever you have submitted it to council, that person can be contacted by you and let him come and get the documents.
No problem.
Whichever the case is, the commission would need evidence of retirement so that we can account for the money.
No problem.
Understand? Now, where this says payment for the purchase of football field goalpost with their nets of 4 field with the municipality as required. Now,
sorry, can I just follow through it?
Yes, please write that down.
So I'm just looking for the invoice. The invoice you are reading, it was handed to me, but I can't find it.
Okay, here it is.
Yeah. No, a copy was given to me, I believe. It was taken back. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
You done?
Yes, I've read. Yeah.
Right, let me please have it.
Okay.
Now, do you know about the contracts committee?
Contracts Committee of Council, yes.
What is the role of the contracts committee?
They are supposed to give contracts, and they are supposed to make sure that contracts are completed.
Are awarded as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
They determine the awarding of contracts and the procedures therein. So, did this follow that process?
I mean, Council, no, it didn't follow it.
Why?
Yeah. I cannot say because I just made a request. So it is on to the administration to follow up and make sure that it goes to where it's supposed to go.
You knew about this before payments were made to you. You knew that the contract committee exists.
Yes.
And you knew their role is to make sure that all awards are done by the contracts committee.
Yeah.
And payments were made to you and it did not follow that process. And payments were made to you and it didn't follow that process.
Yeah.
And you didn't think it is proper to make sure, as someone who has the oversight function, to make sure that they follow due process?
Like I mentioned, I made the request. It is not up to me to make sure that it follows the procedure.
I know that.
Yes.
I know
so
that.
I just want that to be.
No, that's clear. I had told you the responsibilities of the people that are supposed to make sure that the due process is followed. Their responsibility when they come and sit where you are sitting down, they will answer questions as well.
Okay.
But you also have an overriding function as a councillor.
Yeah.
So if things are wrong, they are wrong. Even if it happens to you, even if payments are made to you directly and you know it didn't follow due process, should you have said this didn't follow due process? I just want to hear your honest opinion, whether you think it's okay as long as payments are made to you, but they didn't follow due process, but it's okay, it's not my responsibility, it's their responsibility. Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, in hindsight, if it was, because like I mentioned,
Yes.
and this is why, for example, I have been an advocate that we need to have trainings,
Yes.
for example. Because most of these things that I am reading here,
Yes.
I personally didn't know a lot of them.
Yes.
And if, for example, today I was asked to do these things, I would have said that I believe it needs to go through the contract committee.
That's what I want you to admit.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
What I want you to admit is the procedures were not followed and it should have been followed. Now, if your argument is I didn't know earlier, that's a different argument altogether. But if the argument is that it's not my responsibility, then that will be an issue because everybody will just ask a simple question. Then what is your responsibility? Is it, if it is to your advantage, then I don't care whether the procedure is followed?
No, my responsibility is to make sure that what the people are asking for, they get it.
Yes.
And that is for me, that was paramount.
And they
but
get
like
it,
I said,
and they get it properly in the right manner.
they got it.
In the right manner.
And also, like I said, if, for example, there were lapses in the process, I believe that there were people who were responsible for that.
Let me ask you, let me tell you why it is important. One of the fundamentals of procurement regulations is value for money. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
What is value for money?
To make sure that what you're paying for is the right, gets you the right value.
The right price. You're
Yeah.
you're not being overcharged. You're not purchasing goods that are substandard. Now, have you achieved value for money in this?
Oh yes.
How do you know?
Because I had made other inquiries around town, and when I checked it out, George was the cheapest.
Where's the evidence of that? That's called market. This thing. Where's the evidence of that?
No, I don't have that here.
So how would we know?
I mean, we can also check the market prices.
No, Mr. Bojang. Mr. Bojang, our institutions don't work that way. They work with documentary evidence.
Which is right.
Yes, this you and I know and will agree on. Our institutions cannot work in vacuum. So you have one paper sheet you said is an invoice, for instance, but the minimum requirement, even if it's an RFQ, says 3 quotations. Where are the other two? To compare and to know that you're not overpaying.
Okay.
So you don't have the other 2. So you see why I'm saying that there is no evidence of value for money?
I would tough, but I do get your point.
You may have acted genuinely,
yes,
but you haven't achieved value for money because you haven't followed procedure.
Personally, I think I had achieved value for money based on the fact that when I checked other prices and other suppliers, I realized that he was cheaper. And when you look at the price of because for example in Talinding, it was 3 goal posts and not 1, because it was for the buffer zone. You look at
yes. So we would not know. That's the issue. We would not know without the way you have had this invoice. We have had other 2, for instance. I'm just saying, even regarding the fact that procedures were not followed. You have one invoice, and you go by that invoice, and so therefore there is no competition, there is no fair market competition for other competitors who may have supplied you may have contracted for this.
Reasonable.
You get the point.
Reasonable.
And so because of that, value for money cannot be achieved. There is no healthy competition, because remember, it's public funds.
Yeah.
And so for every Gambian that pays tax has the right to have a fair competition.
Oh yeah.
And so if you deny them that, it is a violation of the act and the regulation. Do you understand it that way? Correct? We agree?
I wouldn't want to say.
Is it difficult to agree?
No. You also, since I've been here,
yes.
Whenever I agree, I say I agree.
Yes.
But I also don't want to agree on something that I know that
but
I
when
have
they are
put
obvious,
in.
when they are obvious, when the law says you must have value for money,
I do believe I had value for money, to be honest.
Individually.
But no, because I had consulted others also.
But evidence is not there.
Here, yes.
Yes. Now, please to the next voucher.
Which one, please?
The next voucher you have. Yeah, just pick the next voucher you have.
Oh yeah.
So for instance, yes.
When I have, I think we have already dealt with this one.
So we have PV 0985, which we've already dealt with. So the next one would be PV 210783 in relation to $153,000.
Give me a minute, please.
Paid to you.
Yes.
Yes. What is that payment about?
This was also for the second phase of the goalpost rehabilitation project that we did.
The second phase?
Yes.
And did you purchase? You requested for?
I requested. Yeah, all I do is request.
And it was paid to you?
Yeah.
And you didn't tell them to follow procurement regulations?
No, I did not.
Why? Is there any reason?
Like I mentioned, I requested, and I said, in hindsight, if it was today, I would have asked them to follow the process.
You would have asked them to follow the process. If councillors are elected or nominated, it is expected that they would familiarize themselves with the relevant regulations.
Right.
So, if they do not familiarize themselves with the relevant regulation, then they have themselves to blame. They have themselves to blame.
Not really, because for example, nobody is born a counselor, nobody is born a leader, and you have to go through trainings and you have to go through empowerment and support. And like I mentioned there, I've been an advocate for such, because I do believe in knowledge sharing, and I do believe in making sure that everybody is up to par.
Yes.
So when we came to council, and luckily, for example, the clerk of council has been so supportive and helpful, and would take us through trainings, or we will get people to come in and train us. But for example, even if I read the financial manual, for example, if I don't get an expert opinion on it, it will be difficult to understand all the basis of it. So yeah, so yeah.
But some things are basic. For instance, the existence of a contracts committee is 101.
Which is right.
It's 101. The existence of a procurement unit is 101.
Which is right.
And every councillor knows that for every procurement it has to pass through procurement procedure. So if it is bypassed, then what would be the excuse?
No, that will be a procedural flaw.
Yes.
But that will not be my fault again.
No. You see, it will be the fault of the approving authorities.
Yeah.
It will also be your fault as having an oversight function over those approving authorities.
But also, council, I genuinely like to know.
Yes.
And this is not but I just want to know, is it illegal for councillors to be paid, for example, and this is just for the purpose of education, because I have 2 or 3 years to go again at council,
yes.
And it will be important to know what the law says about this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, for every payment that is not in line with the financial manual, would not be proper
But
payment.
is it like stipulatedly said that councillors cannot be paid?
Like I said to you,
Yeah.
the law does not operate that way. The law cannot tell you that you cannot pay Amadou, Peter, Paul, Samba, and the list goes on. The law gives authority. And whosoever is not in that list, then you're not deemed to have that authority. You understand that?
But then it can be contested?
The powers given to the CEO will not say that Councillor A, Y, B, and C does not have those powers. It will tell you the powers are powers of the CEO. And it stops there. So if it didn't confer certain powers, authority to an individual, then you don't have them.
Which is reasonable.
Yes, you don't have them. So it either confers authority to you or it does not. Do you understand that? Let me give you an example. If you go to the financial manual, it tells you with respect to control of expenditure, page 35, it says the Director of Finance is directly responsible for control of expenditure.
Is it possible to keep this after the council, the session?
Maybe you can.
Okay,
Talk
thank
to
you.
the camera. It tells you the Director of Finance is directly responsible.
Which number, please?
Page 35. 35. The Director of Finance is directly responsible for control of expenditure. If it tells you that, it would not tell you that the Deputy Director of Finance is not responsible, the clerk is not responsible, the 53 councillors are not responsible. It just tells you who has power to do what. So that's how it works. Now, the other voucher you have, the third one.
Yeah.
I appreciate Mr. Bojang of the statement you made when you said, on hindsight, you would not have accepted the payment made. And I do believe that it is also the responsibility of the ministry to make sure that councillors elected, because they also have an oversight for the councils, for them to be aware of the documents that are so fundamental in making sure that they do their business in accordance with those laws.
Yeah.
Right? So it is important where you were not aware, because I do believe that even if you had had training, you had not had proper training in these instruments.
Yeah.
That would help guide you to make decisions.
Yeah.
And that is why so many decisions were made. They were not made in accordance with the law. So if you are ignorant, of course you will make mistakes, and that we are cognizant of.
Yeah,
but what is important is to admit where, on hindsight, you would have followed due process. So we should be we should avert our minds to the fact that we may not know everything.
Exactly.
But when it's put across to us that this is how it ought to have been, we appreciate the fact that, yes, we may not know at that time, but we have humbled ourselves to understand and appreciate that, this is how it ought to have been. And we take you from there on and move on to make things better. Because you may not have the time to read all of this and to be able to comply. But there are basic things that will make your work easier in terms of making sure that you know exactly what your committees stand for and how do you channel what you channel. Because if you see there is so much back and forth in terms of having to reconcile your revenues, this is the problem. The funding you support, how you need to channel those fundings so that at the end of the day, when there is accountability, you are able to say, okay, we channeled this through this process, and we were able to account for these funds, even though, you understand, council has not spent. But there are even laws saying, even if council is not putting money, but if you partner with council, you must account for it. This is just to show and to be in clear as to what you have benefited, and this is pursuant to helping you make further decisions in your policy.
I agree on that.
As to the challenges that you have in dealing with public institutions, private sponsors, and all that stuff, in order for you to be able to cope corruption and be able to deliver the service as per your mandate.
Yeah.
right?
Madam Chair, not to, but I just wanted to add something. And in fact,
No, don't add something. Wait for him to ask you a question. No, you will have time because we have asked you documents to present. Council, we don't have time. Council, ask questions, please.
Yes.
Proceed. We will give you time to.
No problem.
The third voucher you have?
Which one, please?
PV 221194. $10,000 was paid to you.
Yeah.
Yes. What was that for?
This one was based on, because we also give a lot of support to community groups and also youth football teams groups. So they had come to council to seek support, that they had a football final that they needed support. So, but they came without any documentation. And I told them that the process here is that you have to write so that it's in record, and that, I have to request, and when I request, then I'll have to, give the support. So my task was that I wanted to do the presentation at the final itself, so that was why I requested for this $10,000.
Now, in your statement, you said that the payments were for delivery, it was delivered to the Bruford youths as council's contribution. Is Bruford under KMC?
Bruford is not under KMC, but a lot of people come to KMC to ask for support, because I believe, one, we are the cosmopolitan, and we are more economically vibrant than a lot of other regions. So
how do you know that?
We are.
Bruford is under which region?
West Coast.
Are you more economically vibrant
well,
than West Coast?
It's a question, but when you look at the budgets,
the data should be there.
Well, but that is up to the, yes. But for example, I know how much we make. I cannot speak for Brikama Area Council. But for example,
my worry is, do you have enough to give outside?
We will never have enough.
Yeah, but you don't.
But I do believe that everybody who pays tax in KMC came from somewhere else. And I do believe that in as much as that our resources are for the people of KMC, but in a general perspective,
as council is primarily for the people living in KMC, correct?
Right.
Yes,
so.
yes, but primarily for the people living in KMC. So I think maybe the direction of expenditures of monies made or monies of council should be primarily for the residents of KMC. I'm not saying you may not have to, but that should be the primary goal.
Which I do agree, and I believe the primary. This is why, in fact, some of the projects that we come with, for example, we say that these are directly for young people of KMC. But sometimes when you look at support, and I like to discuss this at length, most of the time when I say that majority of taxpayers within KMC do not even live in KMC. For example, our markets, the women that pay rates most of the time in our markets come from West Coast region.
Do you have the data?
Majority of our market women are from the West Coast region.
But do you have the data?
I don't have the data, but I can say that with utmost confidence.
No, but it's going to be difficult. The issue is here, it is
but Council,
it's a public...
Yeah, but let me help with something. Yeah.
You have to account for the monies that you expend. And you know that there are so many challenges in KMC.
I agree.
So before you support another municipality, you understand, there is demarcation. He is asking you the issue of data. It is important for you to know, you understand, the statistics and the information that you have. And this is where your coordination and information sharing becomes important. Because if you feel that you need to support another municipality, you need to give them the information so that they can work on their own issues.
Yes, we used to have a group which has not been very active since we came into the new term, but the NYC used to bring us youth councillors from all the regions together.
So the issue of the data is important for you to be able to say what you are saying. So Council, you may proceed.
Madam Chair. Okay.
The $10,000 is, how did you spend this money?
It was in a check. I cashed it and I went to the football field and handed it to the team at the finals as our contribution. Yeah.
Is there any retirement?
They had written a letter, I remember, to council to acknowledge and thank us for.
Do you have the letter?
I'll have to check if I have the letter.
The letter?
Yeah, because I had submitted the letter.
Okay. Yeah. So, do you have a copy of the letter?
Not here.
Can you present the letter?
I will do my best to present.
Please write it down.
No.
$26,500 was paid to you, voucher number 202018. And then PB 201620, $15,000 is, I believe.
Yes.
Do you have the voucher?
This one was when this one we had already dealt with it. That's the 15,000, which was the donation to the St. John's School for the Deaf. So you said I should.
That amount?
Yes, I retired it, like I mentioned. It's with Bahum. So you had mentioned that I should contact Bahum to furnish us with it.
Yes. So please let me have all the vouchers. And kindly turn to page 52.
52.
Of the financial manual in relation to imprest and petty cash.
Yeah, this one. This one. No, he said I should come to page 52.
Now, this is the section that talks about how cash can be in the hands of officers of council. It says 701 imprest. If it is necessary for any officer of council to have money at his or her disposal for disbursement and public service, for which the usual pre-authorization procedures cannot apply.
Where are you reading, please, if you don't mind?
The financial manual, chapter 7, 52, page 52.
Okay, I'm at
Are you
page
there?
53, sorry. Yes, okay.
If it is necessary for any officer of council to have money at his or her disposal for disbursement on public service for which the usual pre-authorization procedures cannot apply, such officer may be given an imprest. All imprest must be authorized by the CEO, who will prescribe the terms and conditions under which imprest may be approved. Now the procedure is as follows: 702. 1. All requests for imprest should be made on an application for an imprest and approved by the chief executive or, in his absence, his deputy. 2. The council should maintain an imprest ledger in which will be recorded all the imprest. 3. When an imprest is approved, a payment voucher will be raised by finance staff in the name of the imprest holder for the approved amount. The payment is posted to the cash book and imprest ledger while the rest of the payment process is followed. 4. Officers entrusted with the imprest will be held responsible for all money advanced to them until such a time it has been properly accounted for. 5. All imprest must be retired or repaid on or before the last day specified by the chief executive when authorizing the imprest. When the imprest is being retired or embossed, relevant receipts and invoices must be submitted to the senior accounts clerk, who will then prepare a payment voucher with total amount expended. Any cash refund paid by the imprest holder at retirement should be receipted. The receipt is used to debit the cash book and credit the imprest ledger. No imprest will be issued as 9 to any employee in whose name a previous imprest is still outstanding. 10. All imprest must be retired on or before the last day of the financial year. 11. Imprest should be repaid when no longer required or reduced when found to be excessive. So, again, if any officer of council is to be given money, it has to be in this format. You see that?
Yeah.
And there's retirement as well, and there's a procedure for retirement, which we don't have evidence of that.
I had submitted all receipts because I remember George gave me 3 receipts, in fact.
Yes.
And because 2 were for the goalposts that he had made, and the other receipt was from Number 1 Sports Shop for the nets.
Now, and
when he brought that, I had stapled them together and I had submitted them at the.
Now, how would we reconcile 4, the requirement on the procedure for 4, subsection 4, which says officers entrusted with imprest will be held responsible for all monies advanced to them until such time it has been properly accounted for.
Yes, I was responsible for the cash and I made sure that the service was delivered.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now we need to have the evidence.
Yeah, but,
evidence of retirement.
Yeah, but counsel, nobody in KMC will say that they have not seen the work we have done with the goalpost project.
No, forget about the work.
No, but
I myself don't doubt the work,
yes.
Mr. Bojang. I myself don't have any reason to doubt that you may even have put in your own money.
Exactly.
But
because council didn't pay my fuel.
Yes, but I'm not even here for that. I don't want what I think again would not be relevant. Evidence is what we work with. Yeah. Now we need to see evidence of
I will have to go back to the accounts department, ask them once more. But because the first time I asked them, they had told me that they submitted all the receipts.
Who did you submit it to at the accounts department?
I remember I submitted it to the payout cashier department.
What is the name of the person that?
No, I don't remember who. It's either Uncle Sabali or Aisatundao. But I remember I had submitted.
Either Uncle Sabali or
Aisatundao.
Okay, please contact these people.
Okay, I will.
For the retirement of all these monies, and so that we take it up from there.
No
because
problem.
if it cannot be established, then the responsibility will be on you.
No
to pay back these monies.
No. We will ascertain that it was there because it was indeed there.
Any questions? Yes. Is that a no? No question. Now the last issue, until you bring the retirement, is in relation to your additional statement of the please have a copy of the additional statement. Yes, of the 10th of October 2024. Do you have a copy?
Who, me?
Yes, do you have a copy of your statement?
I think I had a copy. Let me see, please. Give me a minute. No, the one I have is 18th July.
18th July.
Yes.
That is your statement.
Yes, I think I have the 10th October one. Yes, it's here.
Just one question. Are payments made to councillors for issues regarding, in consideration of Tobaski or Korite?
Are payments made to councillors in consideration of Tobaski and Korite?
Yes, honorariums, yes.
No.
Is the answer no?
Yes.
Would you be surprised to see minutes of meetings in relation to council minutes of meetings where the issue of Tobaski and Korite has been raised as the reason for the payment of honorarium?
I would like to see them.
You would like to see it?
Yeah.
Right. Mr. Bojang, thank you so much. When you come back tomorrow, or how many days do you need for the documents that you...
Yes, I will have to check, but tomorrow I also have other engagements, unfortunately, because I didn't know I would spend this long here.
Give you time to come back. So you'll, on or before next week, Tuesday, get the documents so we can get done with you, with your evidence.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all. Please.
Yes, but Madam Chair, I will also want you to be a bit considerate with me because I've been coming here for 4 days and unfortunately there have been electricity issues.
Yes.
I do understand that it is not the fault of the council, the commission, but I had also put other issues that are also very prioritized in my list on the aside. Yeah. And unfortunately when I come, we don't sit. Yeah. So I'd also like to just indulge. If, for example, I do know you are not giving me options or choices, but just to also be considerate of that.
That is noted.
Thank you so much.
Any other?
That's fine. So when you come back, we will show you the minutes of councils in relation to the subject of the honorarium.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Did you note that it's next week Tuesday that you will bring
next
the
week Tuesday?
Yes, next week.
Okay, let me write it down, please.
Please write it down. You may rise.